Wow. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all, family, brothers, sisters here in the continent, and to you all who are in the diaspora. Today is the final day where the continent of Africa is waiting and watching the history how to be written. Today is the final judgment for our brother, our leader, commander in chief of the leader of political party EFF in South Africa, Mr. Julius Malema. In one of the most intense legal battles in recent times, Julius Malema stands at the center of a storm that could redefine his political future and shape the entire continent. The courtroom, of course, uh, will sit to Judge Malem for the case facing him, the issue of um, firing harm in public. Yesterday, we shared some videos from the court on the issue of on what was going on there. But today, we will also try our best to cover some events from the court. Some saying that maybe if Malema will be charged or to be jailed for 15 years, maybe South Africa will become ungovernable. Some said maybe no one is above the law. But all in all, we are waiting. But there's a pressure from outside. Because from US, Donald Trump has sometimes asked the President Ramaphosa to arrest Julius Malema. And of course, the white uh, people in Western powers, even UK denied Malema visa entry to UK. I think you heard something like that. So there's a lot of pressure within and outside. So, family, before uh, moving direct to the live coverage from the court, I want to take you back in previous and for you to understand the stance of this man, why this man is the most feared man by white people. Some may think that maybe Malema is maybe a coward. No, Malema is a strong man. Is in the level of Traore, Goita, and one of the things that the Western powers, especially whites in Western power and in South Africa, they fear is for this man to become a president of South Africa. So they have tried to find all means to make sure that they have to stop Mr. Julius Malema. Let me take you to some videos. Maybe you can understand who is this man, who is Mr. Malema. Yes, if you have something, please share with us through the comment section. It would be better to share, to hear your views.
Especially on the eve of 1994, particularly because it was one country which realized its liberation far much later after many African states have realized their liberation and betrayed their people. And we thought that the South African new regime will learn from failed African states and do not commit similar mistakes and become another failed African state. But the reality is that everything else that constituted failed African state is currently happening in that country. We who grew up in the ANC fought very hard for the ANC to prioritize the people and introduce radical positions which will reposition African people in a much, much more better position to reclaim their land and their resources and their economy in that country. But the problem was that the ANC compromised so much that is not prepared to tamper with property ownership in South Africa. The property ownership of South Africa in a democratic state is still reflective of colonial times of property ownership. The economy of South Africa is still in the hands of the 10% of the population of South Africa. The 80% of the population share less than 10% of the economy of South Africa. There are two people in South Africa who are rich, richer than 26 million people.
Yeah, let me pause a little bit there. You see, two people in South Africa are richer than 26 million people. And these two people are white men. I don't mean that maybe, oh, Malema don't mean that this they should not be rich people. No. The issue is the way resources are being distributed in South Africa. Majority of South Africans who are black people and colored, they don't own even a piece of land to build houses. They don't have a piece of land even to have a garden so that they can feed themselves. You know, in African culture, land is everything. We who have grown in rural areas, we know very well that when you grown up, father or grandfather give a son a piece of land to start a family. That's how it is. We are not living in apartments, in flats like maybe other civilization. In Africa, it is totally different. Africa, the first thing is the land. You can't have a family without the land. So Malema is fighting for Africans or black people to own the land. Because even these minerals that we are talking about every now and then, that Africa is rich in terms of resources, Africa is this, Africa that, it's about the land. Because everything is within the land. So Malema started far longer to fight for the land. And that's where the trouble started. The trouble of Malema with this white monopoly capital is for these white monopoly capital capitalists refusing to share resources. Right now, you heard something called xenophobic attack. Because I've been saying this many times. These xenophobic attacks, where black South Africans attacking fellow Africans, is caused by lack of distributions of resources. Few white people in South Africa own all means of productions, own farms, own industries. What they did or what they're doing is to go out of South Africa, finding cheap laborers from Democratic Republic of Congo, people who are suffering with conflict. So they see that to go to work in farm is just a relief. So they being imported and being paid low salaries or low wages. Then those who are in South Africa, white black people, who are supposed maybe to be paid high amount, they are not being hired. Why? People are being imported. That's why sometimes you see black South Africans attacking fellow black people from other parts of the continent. The reason is that what black South Africans have nothing. They have nothing to show. So when Malema fighting for the return of the land, making sure that black people in South Africa has also to have the land, to have the means of production, that's how things become difficult. That's how the trouble started. So let me continue with Malema. Maybe you can understand. I want everyone to understand the reason behind these things, these hates. It's not only Malema. If we go back to the history, in the same South Africa, go and find the reason why Stephen Bantu was assassinated. Go back to why Mandela was jailed. Go to African countries, Kwame Nkrumah, why he was overthrown. Recently, you heard the story of Traore, a lot of stories of Captain Ibrahim Traore. They went too far, these people, by saying Traore has killed 1,800 people, has been killed by the leadership of Captain Ibrahim Traore in Burkina Faso. The reason behind is when Traore said, we are going to control our minerals. The same to Malema. When Malema said, we want to share the land, we want to nationalize our mines, that's how the trouble started. Let me continue with what Malema stands for.
Has increased, unemployment has increased, poverty has increased. Some of the black brothers are even saying it looks like it's worse than apartheid times. Worse than apartheid times because during apartheid you never expected anything better. So it pains you now when those who are perpetuating your pain happen to be black. And those black people are the ones who should be in the forefront of changing the living conditions of our people in South Africa. Our leaders have been co-opted by white capital. The government of the day has adopted a policy that creates a black elite. And that black elite can only serve if it's prepared to protect the wealth of white minorities. White supremacy is still the order of the day, where the majority of South Africans and Africans in South Africa are so scared of white people. The dignity, the confidence of our people is not there. 21 years into democracy, we still have the statues of the colonizers at prominent public places. When we want to destroy those statues, we are reminded that that is our history. It must be kept where it is. Literally forcing us to hang a picture of an ex-husband who was a rapist, and you divorced that person, and they say to you, this is your history. This person who once raped your child, the picture must keep on hanging there because that is your history. A shameful history, an insulting history, a history that perpetuates white supremacy, a history that perpetuates colonialism, must be kept at prominent places because young white people who grew up in a democratic South Africa must grow to know that whites are superior than black people. Because when you are asked, who is Cecil John Rhodes, you must explain that this is the man who conquered black people and stole their land, and that's why today we are so privileged in this country. It is because of this person they are celebrating in this public space. So if you want to be celebrated, that's what that statue says. You must continue with conquering of black people and staying on top, because that's where you belong as a white person. In Parliament of South Africa, you've got a statue of Louis Botha, prominent statue of Louis Botha, at the entrance of Parliament. Behind that statue is a small statue of Nelson Mandela. They put a statue of a murderer, a man who presided over the killing of black people. And then behind him, they put a statue, a small statue of a person they claim to be celebrating. The person they all love, a man of reconciliation. Why would you put a man of reconciliation, the statue of a man of reconciliation, behind a statue of a man who perpetuated hatred and killings of black people? You question that, you are questioning the legacy of Nelson Mandela, you are doing away with reconciliation. It can't be. It can't be reconciliation at all costs. It can't be that the oppressed are the ones who must be prepared to reconcile, while the oppressor still shows no remorse, actually display a total disregard of that reconciliation and arrogance. When you question that you are a problem, you must be isolated. Because those are the things we shouldn't hear. We inherited a colonial economy, left everything as it is. We said the free market capitalist will transform the economy voluntarily for us. Let's not tamper with it, they will do it for us. But when they came from war here in Britain, they took over strategic sectors of the economy, they rebuilt the economy. The state did not leave the economy in the hands of free market capitalists. We come from the same war. We were in war with apartheid regime. We defeated the apartheid regime, therefore we must rebuild the economy ourselves and redistribute wealth the same way they did in Britain. It is not allowed. Everywhere else you talk success, the state was involved. You talk in Japan, the state was involved. South Korea, the state was involved. Singapore, the state is involved. Including in America, the state is involved. The US military is one of the best owned state enterprises. Because everything else you are celebrating comes from that military. You talk internet, you talk GPS, you talk the technology we find today in the planes, comes from that state-owned enterprise called US military. It's not a private institution. So if everything state-owned is disastrous, why is the military of US not a disaster? We are in an economy that is private-owned, yet we are swimming in a pool of a disaster. It's not owned by the state. South African economy is private-owned, yet it didn't produce any desired result. The African economy is private-owned. It's foreign-owned worse. They talk about foreign direct investment. Don't tamper with it because you'll make the investors run away from Africa. Yet they leave nothing there. Their economy here in London is a financed economy, is doing very well. It's not exploiting anyone here in Britain because they're going to exploit outside.
Say it loud, say it loud.
You see? So we cannot allow that. We have a responsibility to reposition Africa and make Africa enjoy the same status with America, with Europe, with all continents in the world, and not to be a subject of imperialist forces. It can be done. It is possible. It needs a united Africa. It needs us to liberate the oppressed mindset of African masses. Because the indoctrination of colonizers is too much. Some people believe good things happen because it's a miracle. We'll wait for a miracle to happen. Otherwise, there's no one who can change these conditions we find ourselves in. That's not true. You have to have an ambitious leadership. You have to have African leadership with ambition. You know, it's so painful that South Africa is called one of the big African economies, yet it doesn't produce anything. There's nothing we produce in South Africa. Not even a toothpick. We import toothpick. We import chicken. Everything. We can't produce food to feed ourselves. Yet we've got a fertile land. It's nothing we produce in that country. We are just consumers. We are just consumers because if you produce anything, you are going to insult the colonial masters and investors will withdraw. There are so many cars that are driven in South Africa and in Africa. None of those cars are produced by us. Today, everybody else has got a cell phone, including grannies, who are so illiterate, but yet they know how to answer and make a phone call, which tells you this is in demand. We can't produce it for ourselves.
Yeah, hold on a little bit, family. Malema is speaking something that is very, very critical. Of course, it is not yesterday, it's almost 50, I mean, it's almost 14 years ago when Malema was uh, speaking in Tottenham, London. You know, one thing that Malema has touched my heart is the issue of that Africa will produce nothing. And it's true that Africa will produce nothing. Right now, there's something that we call attracting investors. It's a good statement. It is maybe diplomatic statement, but family, brothers and sisters, this thing will make Africa not producing anything. Right now, we are importing almost everything, even shirts. We grow cottons, but we are not producing clothes. We import second-hand clothes. And these people are so strict. If you have heard the story of Rwanda, Paul Kagame and his counterparts in East Africa, they agreed that from now, that time onward, we do not import second-hand clothes. They banned second-hand clothes. But countries betraying Kagame by signing contracts with US to import second-hand clothes. Kagame said, we have to build our industries, textile industries, so that we can produce our own clothes. When Kagame proposed that statement or that issue, Rwanda sanctioned. Rwanda sanctioned and removed from AGOA, the something called uh, AGOA, where African countries accessing American markets. So that was used as a tool. So you can see that despite we want to produce, we want to have our own industries. When we tried, or when we are trying to do so, these powerful nations, they come with some policies. They say maybe your policy is not okay for investors. So they want to make sure that Africans or Africa, we depend on them. Those investors, family, brothers and sisters, are not black people. Go and do your researches. Majority of our investors in Africa, whether in mining, in construction, whatever, are not Africans. Today, If you go around the continent of Africa, you find roads are being built, stadiums are being built. Go and ask who are building those stuffs, those things, industries, bridges, not Africans, except maybe Burkina Faso and Mali. I saw Traore decided to build his country with his people. But the rest of the continent, if it's not Chinese, are Europeans. If are not Europeans, are others. So Malema is speaking this very, very conscious. But this is the thing that they don't want Africans to hear. These, our former colonizers, they don't want to hear those kind of words from such man or from people such as Malema. And that's why you see they hate Malema, not because Malema has maybe done something wrong or something terrible. No, it's because Malema is trying to awaken Africans. But you Africans, you have resources. Why don't you produce or add value to your resources? You Africa, why you import everything? You have horrible land. Why you can't feed yourself? How is it possible that the conflict in Ukraine affecting food supply in Africa? The entire continent, huge continent, depending on a small country called Ukraine for grains. How is it? How, how is it possible? Iran and America conflict in Israel. How can it affect African oil supply? Why Africa? We have our own oil. Don't we invest in our oil, producing our own petroleum products, supplier across the continent of Africa? But we have been made to depend on others. Where our oil is going, where our minerals are going. Those are questions that we're asking, but these people they don't want to hear. When a man such as Malema, a man who has influence, trying to ask those kind of questions, they say this man is anti-white people. This man is racist. This man is that. This man is dangerous. But the truth is that we want Africa to wake up. So let us continue with Malema family, brothers and sisters. You can understand what this man is standing for.
If we don't have a market, there is a market. There is no problem with foreign direct investment. Let them bring it, but we must increase the tariffs. You want to bring an iPhone, bring it, but it's going to be sold at 30,000 in South Africa, so that a produced cell phone in South Africa becomes cheaper and obvious choice for the people of South Africa. And once it becomes an obvious choice, it will have a demand. And that demand will lead to more production. You can't do more production without creating jobs. Production and doubling of production will lead to creation of jobs. You cannot create jobs for your own people because you are creating jobs for other countries. Germany is a beneficiary of jobs created by Africa. We all drive their cars. Our leaders is even worse. They like German cars. Those who produce those cars in Germany have got jobs. But where those cars are going to be driven, the people there do not have jobs. You cannot talk ownership of the economy when you are failing to do a simple thing called creation of jobs. It's very, very painful to be exploited through selling of your labor, selling of labor, exploitation is very painful. But it's twice painful not to be exploited under a capitalist economy. Because if you say you are not exploited, it means you are not working. You have no income, nothing. So you are still going to ask to be exploited before you can even become an owner. You have not mastered being exploited because there is no opportunity created for the exploitation of these people who many of them are even graduates. In South Africa, the kids are discouraged to go to school because graduates are loitering the streets of South Africa, and those who are working can't even afford to get a bond, and therefore they stay in the back rooms of their parents with honors and masters. So discouraged. Others even stopped looking for jobs because they think that this thing of jobs is created for certain people who are politically connected. They've just given up. It has to change. And it can only be changed by African leadership. The people who know the pain and the sufferings of our people are the ones who must say, enough is enough. We ought to confront the regime. We've started doing that in South Africa. We organized in less than 2 years a march of not less than 50,000 people to power houses of the economy, to the Reserve Bank, to Chamber of Mines, to the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, and said to the captains of the industry, if you don't give workers a minimum wage, if you don't transfer some shares into workers, then we're going to collapse these companies. We said to them, workers must be owners of these factories. We said to them, we need you to invest in South Africa, and we want you to open bank accounts of your companies here in South Africa because you are doing your business here. We want to trace the money because you are shifting profit to tax havens and you don't even pay tax here in South Africa. London Mine is West, which killed our people in Marikana. When a commission was conducted, it confirmed that London Mine could afford to build houses for those people, could afford to pay those people 12,500. But because it shifted money into tax havens, it claimed that it couldn't afford. But the investigation proved that these people can afford. They give shares. These people don't want leaders to have shares. Black elite. If you don't have a political connection, you'll never get a BEE deal. You must be so and so, like Cyril Ramaphosa. He had to get shares in the London mine because he promised them that he will protect that mine. When workers went on strike for more than 5 months, the bosses were beginning to say, but you said you will protect our mines. Protect it. He didn't have any skill. He was not given shares because he's possessing a special skill or a rare skill. He's got nothing. He was given shares because of his political connection. Now he must deliver. He said he will protect the mine. What do? You call your political friends. These people here are not workers. These people are criminals. Bring the army. We need to take action. Calling workers criminals to please white capital. A former unionist of mine workers, a man who used to claim that he formed a union to protect those mine workers. 34 of them were killed. Some of them were killed even when they had their hands up pleading at a close range. There's one of them who was wearing a green blanket called Mambush. More than 10 bullets on the head, close range, killed by the ANC government protecting the London mine, not the Harare mine, not Windhoek mine, not Nigerian mine, London mine, protected in South Africa through killing of black people. Till today, no one has been arrested. Till today, no one has lost a job. They are firing the police commissioner now, not because of Marikana. The Marikana thing, she has never been punished for that. It's not something they are interested in. They are punishing her because she introduced tighter control on the spooks money. You know, the crime intelligence money, there is a slush fund there which gets out unaccounted for. They don't have to account for it. It's an intelligence money. When she arrived there, she introduced a tight control for that money and said everyone else will have to explain as to where is the slush fund going. They said, you are a problem. We need this money. And they suspended her. Not because she killed people in Marikana, because she's refusing them to continue with corruption in the police department. In South Africa, you only get protection and promotion by that government if you are corrupt. If you've got A grade in corruption, you are going to be the best, you're going to get the best position in that government. The day you start fighting corruption, you can forget. You're going to be on the sideline of the political leadership. SAA. Zuma went to take the girlfriend and put the chairperson of the SAA. That girlfriend is the one that is running Jacob Zuma Foundation. They are milking that airline. It's collapsing. She's got no clue, nothing about how airline is operated. She appoints friends and disqualify and suspend well-qualified people there because she wants to introduce those who are going to make it easy for them to steal from that airline. She goes to an extent of complaining about the salaries of the pilots because she can see too much money is going out here, but I don't have a share. Where is this man going? Later she realizes, no man, it goes into the pockets of the pilots. She says, no, these pilots are paid too much. It's too much. We can't have pilots paid. So how do you fight with pilots? Because they will just withdraw their labor and those airlines will be grounded. It's not like you will call some neighbor, in the meantime, can you be driving this one? I will push on this one. No, she thinks it's easy like that. It's like it's our own taxi industry. You drop this driver, you get another one tomorrow. She goes on an onslaught against pilots because they are earning too much. She doesn't compare in the continent and international as to how much pilots get to be paid. Because she's got no idea. Tomorrow we are going to be told a black government has collapsed an airline. Not because black people are inherently incompetent, but because the political authorities appoint their friends who are incapacitated, who do not have capacity to run complicated and complex institutions. We are not inherently incompetent. We've got skills. We can do these things. The problem is when people prioritize their families and friends to run strategic institutions of the state. So we are fighting multiple forces here. You've got the whites here milking the economy, well relaxed. They don't have a problem. No one is saying anything to them. And then you've got the kleptocratic government this side, nicely messing up with a public purse, treating it like a personal purse. This is a white elite, this is a black elite. The masses are the victims of these two. And this black elite can't tamper with a white elite because they are not interested in those things. They've always envied them. They wanted to be like them. They say, no, we are fighting for democracy. And all. Okay, after winning democracy, what do you want to do? We want to have a black president. That is the beginning and the end of it. Once you have a black president and a black minister with a chauffeur, they are all driven and they can eat the money of the people, they are happy. They are not tampering with the economic structure. They don't care about that. They get big salaries, they get driven around, they address big meetings, doors get open for them. They don't care how the economy is run because they've achieved what they've always wanted. They went into exile. They were prepared to be killed by the Boers so that they can take that work of the Boers and be driven around. As to what? Why do you want to be driven around? For what? They all don't have an idea. But we have arrived. We've got a good story to tell. Things are well. Where? In your own house. You think that when you eat, you somehow translate that eating and transfer it to the people behind you. Because you are eating. That's what made us fight with Zuma, because we said to Zuma, some of us, when we made you president in 2007, we thought we were going to replace this tendency with a democratic tendency where the wealth of the country shall be shared amongst the people. Now you are sharing with your own family and your own friends, including our Indian brothers who had just arrived in South Africa, called Guptas. There's a group there called Guptas. They must pray forever that EFF must never take government. Because otherwise, if we take government, we are going to give them tickets, not return one way. One way home. Because we don't want those type of people there. Those guys, they appoint ministers. Those guys, they appoint CEOs of state-owned enterprises. Those guys, they decide which tender goes where. And they will tell you before. Mbalula was told, when he was sitting with me, that you are going to be a minister of sports. He got a shock of his life when he was appointed minister of sports, because the Guptas told him exactly what is going to happen with cabinet. You get elected, you are a leader of the ANC, you are a leader of government, you are elected by the people. You are told by some unelected family that this is what is going to happen in this country when cabinet gets announced. There's nothing so painful like that. To be told by arrivalists in your own country, the country you have gone to prison for, the country you have gone to exile for, you are told by nobodies that this is what is going to happen to you and your people. Some special small colonialism and colonized South Africa by the Guptas, given a permission by Jacob Zuma. What is the speciality of the Guptas? There's nothing they specialize on, except the fact that they carry cash. And Zuma likes cash. So they don't do transfer. They don't sign checks. They give everybody cash. And that's how they win them over, because they love cash. They are obsessed with cash. Our leaders get to be bought so easily. They are available to the highest bidder. We need to change that. Now we thought we have resolved. Everybody else understand that colonialism is bad. Colonialists must be fought. We need to have an African state led by Africans, the economy owned by Africans. As if that is not enough, the Chinese are knocking at the door now. They too looking for some special arrangement to recolonize Africa and do as they wish. And they are actually, it looks like they are going to be worse than what Britain was to us. Because what is worse with them is that they come with labor force. I'm told everything else beautiful now in Zimbabwe, you know, is Chinese owned. And our brothers and sisters are selling on the pavements. It can't be. It can't be. We are looking for new markets. Yes, we are looking for new partners. We are looking for new investors. But let it be done through our own terms as Africans, and not through the exploitation of our resources and our people by a new colonizer, because this one projected themselves as better than the previous colonizer. What is even more painful in South Africa, we are told to learn that Chinese language, Mandarin. You are coming into my house, and you tell me I must learn your language, and you came into my house. Visitors must always be humble. It's always a nice thing to learn a new language and many languages, but to just be told you are going to learn my language, let it be voluntarily. But it must be compulsory for you, because you came into my country. You're looking for something, you're looking for my minerals, you're looking for my land. I've got a beautiful land, but I can't hear you. What are you looking for? Go learn my language and tell me what you're looking for. Not for me to go and learn your language so that I can hear what you're looking for from me. It can't be. It has to come to an end. Africa cannot permanently be a subject of superpowers. It has to take its rightful place. It has to fight for its rightful place in the international politics, in the international economy. People must look the direction of Africa for solutions, because we've got the best thinkers. So the EFF is about that. That's what we're trying to spread in Africa. It's so painful to see that there are still African states that pay colonial tax to France. Till to date, they have their reserve banks in France. And we are told that if we're to withdraw those reserve banks in France and withdraw the colonial tax, France will collapse. Because France is what it is because of that colonial tax and the reserve banks that are there from African state. Where is the African leadership to agitate for such change and say, let's show them that they are not better than us. There's nothing special about them. We are a chosen nation because God has given us minerals and beautiful land and mountains and beautiful beaches and sea. They need us. A beautiful weather, much better than this weather you have here in Britain. So what more do we need? We need leadership. Where is the leadership to tell these African states, stop paying and let's see what will happen? African leadership must rise now and say to those who are paying colonial tax and those who still sing about the Queen in their national anthems, it has to come to an end. Let's sing about African leaders. Let's sing about our continent. Let's sing about ourselves. If we are scared to die, then no one will be prepared to rise. We are not going to achieve these things. But we took a conscious decision to lay a firm foundation for generations to come. We refuse to be a generation of cowards. We are fighting for our economic freedom. Mugabe took it from here to here. Madiba took it from here to here. So we cannot complain that, no, these old men have sold us out, they are useless. No! They are human beings. They can do up to so far. We are here now. If you think Madiba sold out, then go and do it and perfect it. Madiba played his role. He can only do some of the things and put it here. That's why Madiba accepted that he was old. When we say Mandela was old, that's why he couldn't do certain things. They said, no, we're insulting Madiba. No, it was Madiba himself who said, I can only do one term, I'm too tired. And therefore, he said when he finished, don't call me, I'll call you. The struggle continues. We should have known there that is already challenging us. In the same sentence, he says, the struggle continues. I'm tired. I'm leaving it here. He's saying to you, the young ones, take the struggle forward. My contribution ends here. Let's perfect this thing. All these who came before us have made it possible. All the protests here in London, anti-apartheid protests, solidarity, all of them were done by human beings like us. They were not done by some angels sent from heaven. They were human beings like us. If they can do it, we can do it as well. We need to know when we are in South Africa that our brothers in London, in Britain, they are raising the flag. And they are saying to us, continue with the struggle. We will explain here what you mean when you speak in South Africa. We need to know that we've got the buy-in of our brothers all over in New York and everywhere else, wherever they are found. That your struggle there, it is
my brother. It is now time for questions.
So we came to say to you,
sit or stand for the question.
the struggle is not over.
You up to you.
No, stand.
Okay, stand. All right. First question is going to come from our brother there, and the second one from our brother over there. All right, and then you. All right, those three. Yes.
I wanted to ask about the Commonwealth, for instance, the Commonwealth of Nations, as they call it. It would seem to me now that it's no longer, it has no benefits as it used to. For instance, we used to have open borders between South Africa and the UK and all of those other things, trade and so on. All of that has shifted. Our biggest trade partners are not necessarily the United Kingdom anymore. Our borders are no longer as open as they used to be. What do you think is is this still a necessity of the Commonwealth, or is it just a commemoration of what was the old order?
Well, I, in the first place, I don't think there was a need for such a body. It's reactionary. I mean, to be organized along colonial lines and convened by the former colonizer. It can't be. If we want to relate as comrades, as people who fought against colonialists, let's find our own way of interacting, because we almost share similar experiences because we're under the same colonialist, but not convened by the same colonizer. They still treat us like subjects. I mean, we come here, we have to apply for visas here. And then they come for breakfast there in South Africa and come back in the afternoon. They come in the morning and then come back in the afternoon. We can't do the same. Why? Because we are not equal in their eyes. We are the subject, they are the colonial masters. We are the slaves, they are the slave masters. So it doesn't work, it's not working, and I think that the African leadership should decide. I mean, we had a debate about that in the ANC when they introduced the visa thing. It's not so long. I mean, it's 2011, so recent. And we were firmly saying we need to impose visas as well on those people. Because why do we have visas? They say no. The African brothers who don't come from South Africa come to South Africa to get IDs and come here. That is not their problem. It's our own problem. It's our own African problem. Whether they come for IDs there, they don't come for Africa. It's an African problem. Let's solve it through African solution. You cannot impose visas because you want South Africa to introduce harsh and some regulations to control access of Africans into South Africa so that you avoid them getting IDs and coming to London. So I think that is not working. We ought to create new bodies of countries that share similarities and experiences and countries that want to do trade with each other. I think Africa should open its borders for trade. Because if we do that amongst ourselves, we can be a big economy. We've got minerals, we've got a lot of things they want from us which they don't have. And if they trouble us, we can just trade amongst ourselves and force them to come and beg us. And when they beg, we tell them, this is how you're going to do it, through our own conditions determined by African states.
Thank you.
The question of land redistribution. Because without land redistribution, there is no freedom for our people. Please.
Absolutely. The first non-negotiable cardinal pillar of the EFF is expropriation of land without compensation. Because land was taken through genocide. And therefore, compensating land is equal to compensating genocide. So you cannot pay people for committing crime. Crime must be punished. And how do you punish it? You punish it through taking what rightfully belongs to us. I didn't touch it here because I know that that's a subject all of us share, a very clear perspective. And the message I share with you is not a message that I'm only relating it to you, and when I meet the captains of the industry or when I meet these white people I change. No, I don't change. I tell them directly that this is what is going to happen. The message has been consistent. We had a lot of fight with the owner of Investec. What is his name? Stephen. He says to me, you must tone down your rhetoric, and then there's going to be too much investment. I said, who are you to think you can tell me what to do? I don't take instructions from the so-called investors.
I'm not sure what's happening.
Now, I think I can do without this. Okay. So, the reality is that we must stop pretending to the free market capitalists. We need to tell them open, and they accept us for who we are, or they reject us. Because to create an impression that things will be done according to how they want it, it's not going to happen. We are going to again fall into the same problem of Madiba and them compromising a lot. I mean, the ANC was formed to reclaim the land. That's what led to the ANC's formation. In 1912, it was after the wars of dispossession. People fought as small African groups and got defeated. And then they said we need to form one umbrella body. So we are united to confront the same enemy and reclaim our land and our wealth. That time, wealth was cattle, because it was long. So those people came together. When they came together to reclaim this land and cattle, it took long. People started to concentrating on things that do not really matter, like political office. It's not about political office. It's not about Julius Malema becoming president. If land gets to be achieved without the EFF in power, then the EFF must lose shop. We're made. We don't care who delivers land, as long as land can be delivered into the hands of the people. That's what we need. Not leadership that is so obsessed with wanting to be in power and using rhetorics. We said to the ANC ourselves, when we arrived in parliament, we've got 6%, and the ANC has got 61%. We said to the ANC, here is your 6%. We'll give it to you. On condition you tell us that you're going to amend the constitution and expropriate the land through the law passed through a democratic means. We'll vote for you. Here's the 6%. You go around telling people, for you to take the land, you have to amend the constitution and all that. Here is the 66%. 67 actually. Yes, 67%. Let's amend the constitution, stop being cowards. Let's take the land. They went for cover, under tables. Hey, we don't want that percentage from the EFF. That's how committed we are. We are not saying that opportunistically land must be taken by the EFF. No, anyone. EFF is here to support you as long as you take land back into the hands of the rightful owners. Now they say to us, yeah, but you don't know what you are going to do with this land because you don't know farming, you don't know mining. We said to them, it doesn't matter what we do with our land, it's our land. Whether we want to mess it up, it's our own problem, it's not your problem. So what I do with my car now, when I leave this place, you can't say to me, oh, you are going to bump this car, you don't know how to. No, it's my car. Let me finish it if I want to finish it. It's not your problem. So we want our land, and it's not like they found this land idling. We're working on this land before they arrived here. That's how they realized the potential of this land, that this can be a beautiful land. So we want them to return the land. Then we can be friends and talk about how do we move forward.
I must say, I was a skeptic naturally, but I must congratulate you for firstly not capitulating, because I thought you come into the UK and you probably want to appease the investors and that kind of business. But I guess I'm a practicalist, so I just really need to find out in terms of the legislative framework and things that we need to do at a practical level to achieve this transformation, and how do we prepare our people at a practical level for the backlash. I mean, we have Zimbabwe as a clear example. So there are lumpen masses who, when things start going on a slippery slope, they will naturally react in a way that is, that they feel a bit jittery. So I guess at a practical level, I just need you to table out those kind of methods. How do we take over industry, the upskilling of our people, those kind of things? That's my question.
Thank you. Change is painful. And South Africans will have to be prepared to go through the necessary pain. I don't know labor pains, but women will tell you that they are extremely painful. But immediately they've delivered. They don't even wait for 2 days to appreciate the beauty they've brought on earth, having gone through that necessary pain. So we have to go through this pain, because once we've delivered, our people will come to appreciate that indeed it was a necessary pain. Let me start with Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, once it comes around, and once illegal sanctions imposed on people for their political will are lifted, Zimbabwe is going to be one of the best exemplary states of what black people can do if they own their land. Because the Zimbabweans as is now, they are surviving under those difficult conditions. Imagine if conditions were favorable and the imperialists were not using their economic strength to suppress political differences. Zimbabwe would have been one of the best countries. So we want to live to a day where sanctions are lifted in Zimbabwe, because land is in the hands of the people now. So no one will return that land back into the hands of the colonialists unless that person wants to fight with the masses and the people of Zimbabwe. So there's no one who's going to do that. So in South Africa, we want to engage with capital in such a way that it doesn't get a shock of its life and a surprise. We say to them, let's go into partnership. You give Cyril Ramaphosa shares. He is an individual. It means you can give this community called workers shares. So we don't want you to give individuals shares. We want you to give workers and communities shares. And they are like, but why would this, what will these workers bring on the table? I will say to them, what did Cyril bring on the table? He didn't bring anything. So we want to work with them to transfer the ownership of our economy into the hands of the people. We want legislation that will speed up land transformation into the hands of the people. We want in the mines and the banks and monopoly industries, government to take control and use that to finance the state program of changing lives of our people. So we have a problem because our government relies on taxes to finance a state program. It doesn't have an alternative method to raise extra resources to finance this expensive program of the state, which is to look after the masses. And even the taxes themselves, companies are no longer paying. They've taken billions and billions of rands out of South Africa into tax havens, avoiding to pay tax. So you don't own with them, you don't control them, you hope they will give you tax, they still don't give you tax. They avoid it in South Africa. So the best thing, introduce tighter control and ownership. It's possible. In Botswana, the BS company that mines diamond has given the Botswana government 51%. But when it comes to South Africa, it doesn't want to do the same. Why? We're in the same region. Why? And you can see that they are actually misleading the Botswana government because they just say 51%, but they don't declare all the diamonds. They declare a smaller portion and say this is your 51%. The rest of it gets out of Botswana illegally, and they make more money than the state of Botswana. Why? Because Botswana government is not involved in the control and ownership. They just have shares. So we also want to be inside. We want to know how many diamonds came out today. Register them so that we are not victims of capitalism, because capitalism anyway inherently is a criminal activity. So if you leave them unchecked, you will have a big problem.
Yes, my sister.
Okay, first of all, I want to say thank you because you're very clear, and I'm not someone who's very political as you might want to put it, but my question is, and I'm glad of what you just finished, capitalism. What I want to understand is what form of government are you looking to implement? Because if it's capitalism, then obviously we know that the history of capitalism came out of a European ideology, and we know that the thousands of years that they have been in Africa until they've got to here. The pinnacle of it is capitalism, and if you're going to be governing African people, obviously who have a tradition, what is the form of government that you're looking to put in place?
No, I don't subscribe to those perspectives of African democracy. And I believe that the democratic method of electing your own leaders is the best system ever. There is no any other alternative except subjecting ourselves to the will of the people. We must never impose ourselves on the people. But government, once elected through the popular will of the people, it must then take control of the strategic sectors of the economy and don't leave them in the hands of free market capitalists, because theirs is not to develop anyone. It's not only black people. Theirs is not to develop anyone. It's to get the majority to enrich the rich. They say everything is free, don't do anything, don't tamper with ownership of everything else. Let capitalists do as they wish, because through that, you make the rich more richer. And there is nothing that makes you rich by making the rich more richer. So they create an impression that by making the rich more richer, you are going to be rich. But there's nothing like that. So we want a decisive government that respects human rights, a government that is accountable, and leaders who are elected out of the will of the people, and we must have a term of office. Whether it's 15 years, whether it's 20 years, I don't have a problem with that. Let every country decide how they want to be governed. I don't have a problem with President Mugabe in Zimbabwe being a president for such a long time. But I wouldn't want that for myself. But Zimbabweans have chosen him for themselves. It is their choice. And I ought to respect that. In the same way they respect an unelected queen here. No one tampers with their arrangements here. And therefore they must not tamper with anyone's arrangement. In South Africa, one president for 2 terms, I'm happy. In Britain, they've got a prime minister and the queen is their own arrangement, they are happy. In Zimbabwe, they've got President Mugabe, like that, they are happy. Who am I? I can't go around imposing myself on the people. The will of the people should at all times prevail. No one should use military to impose himself or herself on the people. No one should use state institutions to intimidate those who've got a different view. I think it is possible. The world can be a better place if leaders respect the wishes and the will of the people. I mean, one of my best heroes is Fidel Castro. He has been in power for a long time, and I've had an opportunity to meet him, and I still admire him and his courage. But it doesn't make me want to stay in power forever. These positions are not nice. To work for people is the most stressful thing. I never get to see my son. Every time I see him, he has changed completely. But he must know that we have a duty to serve the nation. And if I can make a contribution and they say to me, that's it, stand aside, let this one take over and continue with the revolution, I'm happy.
In short, are there any, at the moment, drafts of cadre training sessions which are to take place nationwide?
Sure.
Thank you. Yes,
well, political education constitutes the core of the political program of the EFF, because we know that every revolution depends on both quality and quantity. You may have a lot of masses, but if there is no quality of a special detachment of cadres, then you are not going anywhere. So we've got a political education unit in the EFF which has got a clear program of educating each and every branch of the EFF about the program to take the revolution to its logical conclusion. And I agree with you that practice without theory is a disaster. So if we're just going to run and say we want to consolidate and take the revolution to its logical conclusion without cadreship development, then we're going to find ourselves with a lot of members who've got no political understanding and direction of where we want to take the country to. So cadreship development, political education constitute the core of the political program of the EFF.
Thank you. Yes.
What I'd like to ask about is the sort of geopolitical relationships within Africa and outside. So you mentioned Cuba, whether you're building relationships with international forces like Cuba, Venezuela, Bissau, places like that. But also within South Africa, is there an alliance between people like, I don't know if they're still functioning, to be honest, people like the PAC, Azapo, or any other left leaning forces.
Sure.
I just wondered where you are. Thank you.
Absolutely. The EFF was formed in July 2013, and then immediately get to fight elections which were held in 2014. And it got elected straight into parliament. It had to fight to position itself in the South African parliament. And now we've come to a conclusion that we've now understand the systems there in parliament. Next year we must fight local government elections. So getting out of the country has been a difficult thing because we've had a back-to-back program to try and consolidate this formation, build a strong a grassroots type of a political formation. And we're happy that we've done that work. So it is our first official program to now start going out to reach out to the international communities. You will understand why the first trip goes to the headquarters of the colonial masters, because that's how the whole thing gets to be designed. The first point of entry when you leave your country, you go and check those who constitute the economic structure of your country and say, this is who we are. Don't just read about us through headlines and newspaper articles. This is what we represent. And once you've spoken to the economic power of South Africa, which is based here, then you can now go to other countries. The second trip will be to go through the whole of Southern Africa. Because before we even go anywhere, we ought to meet our neighbors and say, here is the future government of South Africa. We must consolidate the relationships now so that we can look after each other moving into the future. So immediately after that, then we'll then go into all those places. I've been to Cuba in my previous life. As a born again, I wouldn't want to. So I've been to Cuba, I've been to Venezuela, I've been to strategic countries. We've got contact in those countries. But what is important is that international solidarity should be part of our struggle, because South Africa doesn't exist in isolation, particularly consolidation of relations in Africa. The whole continent should be the playground of the EFF and even inspire many more young people in the African countries, because we need EFF type of political formations everywhere in Africa. Like these ones who are paying colonial tax. Imagine if the EFF was there. We would have put that matter firmly on the agenda of the nation. The whole country would have debated the importance of paying or non-paying of such tax. And I can guarantee you that would have successfully influenced society to vote for the removal of such things. So we need to start building youth activism and a commitment by young people in the whole of Africa so that we consolidate the struggle.
It was very disheartening to note that South Africans did attack fellow Africans from Zimbabwe, Nigeria, and a whole lot of other nations in an economic scramble. Now, these are the people, as you know, who help you to liberate your country. And I stand corrected, but I have read somewhere that you were one of Zuma's vociferous supporters. What do you have to say for misleading the people of South Africa?
Thank you. No, I think that I've long apologized to the people of South Africa for having supported the wrong person. And I said to the people of South Africa, I'm going to work very hard to remove this man. So we correct the mistake we've committed. And our work, part of what we do is to exactly to undo the mistakes we've committed. And the xenophobic attacks in South Africa, we're in the forefront of stopping that. We're in the forefront of supporting our own brothers in South Africa who were displaced by xenophobic attacks. In the camps where the African brothers were kept, I think I was the only one who was always welcomed by the African brothers because they knew we were genuinely representing. I remember there was a point where I went to one of the camps in Durban there, and when I was addressing the African brothers, Minister of Social Development came with food and blankets and all those things and tried to give them on the side. And those African brothers said to them, hey, you're going to wait until we finish what we're doing here. We then sent EFF structures to be part of integrating our African brothers into and sisters into South African communities, because we didn't agree with a proposal that everybody else must be driven to their own countries, especially those who voluntarily want to leave, because there is nothing called voluntary. During that time, people were leaving because they were being intimidated by the people of South Africa. And then Zuma established some unit of police and soldiers which went to hostels. They were saying they are stopping xenophobic attacks, but we realized they were now targeting the so-called foreigners, because they will go into those places and then take our foreign brothers and put them into police vans and then take them out of South Africa. We challenged that in Parliament and said it has to stop, because you introduce this unit saying you're going to fight South Africans who are fighting our fellow African brothers and sisters, but now you are using this unit to commit wrong things. And ultimately that unit was dismantled, and our African brothers and sisters were now integrated back into the communities. The good thing is with politics is that there's nothing called a mistake. We learn from those things. But sometimes we for strategic reasons, we agree to certain things in order to achieve long-term objectives. Because President Mbeki, had he stayed in power for a third term, he would have created a constitutional disaster. Because he was going to be president of the ANC for the third term and amend the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa for a third term. He had 2/3 majority in Parliament that time. So we were scared that the Constitution of the Republic is going to be undermined. And undermining of that Constitution will undermine democracy itself. And then our youth league then intervened and said, we need an alternative. President Mbeki was extremely feared, like literally. You know, we worked with him in the Litule House and Shella House. If he comes walking in a corridor there and you are found there, you look for the nearest open office. You don't care whose office is that, to avoid him. Unlike Madiba, when Madiba came, we were all looking forward to shake hands with him. So he had this look on him that says, don't take chances with me. So we only realized later that it's not just a look. These people are literally scared of him, including old people. Because we said to them, we need somebody who's going to contest President Mbeki. And no one was prepared. Only this one. He said, what are you talking about? I'm available. I can contest. Because the man was already in trouble.
Yeah.
So he knew he had two options anyway. Prison or president. And if he's president, he won't go to prison. That's how he became president. But the way we so feared and respected President Mbeki, had he said, I want Phumzile to be president, Phumzile was going to be president. It didn't make sense when he said him. Including those who were loyal to him, they said, no, we are more loyal to the Constitution of the Republic than individuals. So he plugged us somehow into this crisis we have. Because Thabo was going to say, I want Phumzile, and he was not just going to say, I want Phumzile. He was going to write and explain why Phumzile. He was very persuasive. In his articulation was very persuasive. And the Youth League loved him. We had to dump him and find ourselves in alliance with the Communist Party and COSATU against Thabo Mbeki because we didn't want a third term. We wanted to maintain the constitution that says presidents will only serve 2 terms. That's how Zuma became president. A terrible accident of history.
Thank you. My sister.
I think it's great for you to want to take back the land, but isn't it an idea to have things implemented in place so that when you take back the land, you've got things that people can work the land and you've got stockpiles of goods that the land can be fertilized with and have things in place when the land is taken back from the European so that you won't be stranglehold like what they've done to Zimbabwe.
I agree that what you say goes into a detailed narrative of what needs to happen with the land question. All I'm doing here is to address political principle. But at the ultimate end, this is what we seek to do. And then we'll work on a detail of how do we make sure that the expropriation of land does not plug the country into an economic disaster. And we shouldn't take the land and say we want to give it to our people and only to find that we are setting them up for failure. But it cannot be postponed for far too long now. Because it's almost 21 years now. Nothing has happened. Nothing has happened. And including a simplest thing of settlement, land for settlement. Because the complication me and you are talking about and the backlash perhaps is with regard to productive land. But people live like rats in congested environment. Yet there is a piece of land next to them idling. And when we check, this land is owned by a British, now of late Arabs, because they've got oil money and they go around buying pieces of land. It cannot be correct that we cannot even settle our people. And our people are not looking for state houses, because most of them are working in the informal sector. They are selling this or that. They can't qualify for a bond. They can't qualify for a loan. But a man from hardware shop can afford to give them building material on credit because they've got relationship with the local shop. If you give them a land for settlement, many of them have proven that they build beautiful houses far much better than the houses provided for by government. They've actually been waiting for a land. They were not waiting for a house from government. They only ask for services like water, storage, the sanitation, electricity, roads, clinics, schools. We failed to even just allocate a simple thing, land for settlement. People live in congested environments. It's not a joke. If you go to Alexander is the township just after Sandton. Upper life, this up, this side of the road. This side of the road, lower, extremely lower. And then next to that lower life of an area where people live in congested environment, they've got big rats that chases cats, not the other way around. Not the other way around. Those people, next to them, there is plenty of land. It can't be tampered with. It's owned by so and so. I don't want land for politicians. I don't want land for the politically connected. I want land for the people of South Africa. Yeah. Let them choose where they want to stay. Let it be their choice. Then we come to the phase of productive land. Perhaps at that time we would have developed sufficient capacity to give those people the necessary tools to work the land, like tractors, the seeds, the water irrigation schemes, and the necessary technology and qualified individuals who know what is required to produce this or that. Definitely, I agree with that point. We're not just going to give people land and the next thing they can't use it. They end up being tempted to sell it back to the white man because they've got no skill to work the land. And all these tools must be provided for by government. Because I can tell you now, you cannot, farming is extremely expensive in South Africa. Extremely. Why is it expensive? The white right-wing Afrikaners, they want to ensure that it remains their terrain and no one enters that space. So deliberately, you take a decision that agriculture is a priority, is going to be state-funded, and everyone else who produces farming equipment, you need to justify your price. Why must we pay so much for this? Because we are going to buy these things and or establish industries that are going to produce the same equipment you need for farming in South Africa and make it doable and make it affordable and then open the African markets and international markets for all those who are farming in South Africa. It's doable. I know that if we invest in land, we'll produce a lot for our people. Without land, we are nothing. We can theorize anyhow we want. We can talk minds, we can talk technology, we can talk anything. It will never happen if you don't have a piece of land. So land is at the center of everything. That's why even the settlers, when they arrived in South Africa and Africa, the first thing they did was to take the land. They didn't take cattle first and land later. They took the land because they knew with the land all shall follow. The strategy must be the same. Bring the land, all shall follow into place. I can tell you I will come back here after some years to celebrate the success of Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe is going to be one of the best African states. There is too much potential. Land is in the hands of black people. Zimbabweans must just do the right thing and they know what needs to be what needs to be done. Once that is done, that place is going to be the best. Actually, what is happening in South Africa will be happening in Zimbabwe because Zimbabwe will be a liberated zone of Southern Africa. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Person, Advocate Dalimpofu, Senior Counsel, our spokesperson, Mbuyiseni Ndlozi, and a member of the War Council of the Economic Freedom Fighters, Commissar Garisang. Let me take this opportunity to thank all of you, members of the union and the students, and all guests who are here today to come and listen to us. We feel privileged to have been given an opportunity to come and speak at this important international platform. And for a moment, we thought we were very important people, but we realized we remain ordinary people who have ideas to share with the international community. And we came here to come and share with you our story in South Africa and our struggles and sufferings which we're going through in the country on a daily basis. And this platform is a very correct platform because we come from a country where students are in the forefront of the struggle. We come from a country where students are leading the struggle against colonialism. We come from a country where students are fighting against white supremacy and a capitalist system that has divided our country and excluded the indigenous people of South Africa and Africa as a whole. It is the students of South Africa, following the speech of the EFF in Parliament of South Africa, that demanded that Rhodes must fall. They do not say Rhodes must fall because of their hatred of white people, but they said Rhodes must fall because they hated what Rhodes represented, a white supremacy, a system that projected white people as superior and black people as inferior, a system that subjected black people to a situation where they were denied education so that they can be suppliers of cheap labor. Rhodes took our land. Rhodes introduced a system that led to a black genocide. Rhodes exploited our minerals and natural resources and left South Africa without anything that will demonstrate that this country is a mineral-rich country. We cannot continue to celebrate people who represented a racial divide of our people. So the students in South Africa are demanding, and they've succeeded, that everything else that represents backwardness and racial division and hatred of black people should not be celebrated. The students, after the defeat of those who believed that those who perpetuated white supremacy should be celebrated, they went further to demand that education should not be a commodity. It must be free for all. Because education is a right, protected and enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. They agreed, those students, that no university in South Africa should increase fees because fees as they are now, they are extremely expensive. The government of South Africa agreed that they will not increase fees, and they thought that they have successfully silenced the students. Upon agreeing, in the same way they agreed to remove Rhodes, The students said 0%, no increase is not enough, we want free education. Following the success of the students to put on the national agenda the importance of education, then the workers in the university demanded to be incorporated as employees of the universities, because in South Africa, workers are not part of the staff complement of the universities. They are outsourced, they are owned by labor brokers, they've got no benefits, they've got no rights. They work for universities, some of them for more than 30 years. When they go on pension, they've got nothing to show. Students joined them and said, these are our parents, we want them to be integrated as part of the university, and they must have benefits. Because you've got a situation where in South Africa, the rich have got more than, extremely more than the poor. We've got a situation where the rich love animals than the people. The dogs of rich people in South Africa have got medical aid, but the domestic workers and university workers, the farm workers, the petrol attendants, the security guards do not have medical aids, neither do they have rights as workers. They all work for a system called labor brokers. So students, like they did during apartheid days in South Africa in 1976, they've now influenced a new era, a new terrain of struggle, where the interests of the poor are firmly put on the agenda of South Africa. Today, South Africa discusses minimum wage. Today, South Africa discusses how the rich can share wealth with the poor, because the young ones are in the forefront of the struggle to transform South Africa. In South Africa, for the past 21 years, politics which were represented there were right-wing politics, which led to the ruling party also taking a right-wing direction because it only had competition from the right. There's never been a legitimate, credible left formation to challenge the ruling party or to have a ruling party striving for balance. And because nature does not allow a vacuum, the organization called the Economic Freedom Fighters emerged and closed that gap. The EFF emerged in South Africa because South African working class demanded a proper representative of the working class. EFF emerged in South Africa because the unemployment increased in South Africa. The poverty levels increased in South Africa. The inequality increased in South Africa. We have a situation where the levels of corruption in South Africa are actually institutionalized. You get a senior position on the basis of to what extent are you corrupt. If you are anti-corruption, you never get a promotion, because the state favors those who are corrupt. We have a situation in South Africa where a white-owned capitalism or economic system has been exploiting our people, and our people have not been benefiting from the mineral resources in our country. We have a company called the London Mine, which is mining in a place called Marikana. In that mine, the mine has got everything, all the basic needs: water, electricity, roads. And just next to a mine is a township or a village where black people stay without water and electricity, without roads, without proper schools, yet London Mine is taking their platinum and reinforcing and making London and Britain to be what it is. Literally, between the mine and the community is a dumping area where the children coming from that community go and look for food in that dumping area. It is in the same mine where 34 workers were killed by a London mine. Those workers did not demand anything except a living wage. One of the workers in an interview, when he was interviewed and he was told, you are looking for too much money, yet you are not educated. Why do you look for so much money? You have not been to school. He said, I want this money so that I can take my child to school, so that my child cannot be like me. I want to produce a CEO of a mine. They were fighting to have roof over their head. They did not have weapons in their hands. But the government of the day responded to those genuine demands of the people by sending police with rifles. And people were killed because they demanded enough money to take their kids to school. Some of them, when police arrived, they raised their hands and pleaded that police should not kill them. Police shot defenseless masses of our people. One of the people who was shot there was one man who was wearing a green blanket called Mambush, with more than 7 bullets found on his head on a close range, because they demanded money and more money from London Mine. When people demand water, they get shot at and killed by the government. When people demand better living conditions, the response of the state is to kill those people. We're fighting against that. When the students demand free education, they get locked up by the regime. We're fighting against that. We're fighting for equality in our country. We do not want to replace white supremacy with black supremacy. We want to create a society where all of us exist as human beings and not as white and black. We want to restore the dignity of the African continent and position Africa as an equal partner in the world economy and international politics. We want Africa to be like Europe. We don't want Europe to treat Africa like it is its own subject. Africa's time is now. No one should continue with the exploitation of our minerals without our involvement. Not even China will be allowed to recolonize Africa. We are called economic freedom fighters because we want any foreign direct investment to come and invest in Africa through our own terms and to the benefits of the people of Africa. It might be a dream. Some might think it's not real. But we know we're going to achieve it. Because this dream is not just a dream, but a generational mission. It's a generational mission we are not prepared to sell out. We want to restore the dignity of African people. We want to ensure that African people are equal partners in trade, in politics, in every subject that the world is debating We want to follow in the footsteps of Nelson Mandela. Because Nelson Mandela, when he left his term as a president, he said the struggle continues. He said so because he knew that political freedom without economic freedom is incomplete. People cannot eat a cross. People want to put bread on the table. So, like many African leaders, we have committed not to betray the dreams of those who came before us. Like many African leaders, we want to unite the people of Africa to have a common agenda and common purpose. We want Africa to unite and Africa to reclaim its land and its resources. The EFF speaks about expropriation of land without compensation because we know that when the land was taken in Africa was through genocide. Why would we reward genocide? We cannot reward genocide, but we want land because land guarantees us of the sovereignty of South Africa and the African continent. We cannot claim to be Africans, yet we have nothing to show as a proof that indeed we are Africans. For because we do not even have title deeds to prove that we are the owners of the land, we have nothing to show. When you go into mines, it's multinational companies. When you go into banks, it's multinational companies. When you go into monopoly industries, it's multinational companies. We cannot even own and protect our own agricultural sector with our fertile land in Africa. Because Europe and the entire developed countries use Africa and South Africa as a dumping site. Every lower grade food get to be dumped in our countries, undermining our own agriculture. When we say those things, we are called communist, we are called anarchist, we are called radicals, because we must continue to bow before a white supremacist. We're refusing that. We're refusing to bow before imperialism and colonialism. We want a total control of our own country and our own land. We in South Africa, black and white, we coexist as people. When we fight colonialism, we do not fight white people. We come from a bad history of apartheid, where white people have exploited us for far too long. Yet, we have extended a hand of friendship. There are many others who are still refusing and still wanting to act as if we live in the apartheid era. Those do not deserve to live amongst those who want a united South Africa, black and white. It is of their own problem. We are not going to be an international home of racists. We're not going to be an international capital city of racism. We refuse that black people must still bow before white people. And that does not mean you must go away. We are going to reverse the legacy of apartheid through robust engagement and not through pretentious arrangements. We are still hating. We have seen people dying before us. We have seen many, many children killed by apartheid regime. Yet we came out and said, we remain brothers. But there are those who are refusing to show remorse and wanting to perpetuate that which happened during apartheid times. We owe no one no apology when we say South Africa is no home of racists. And racism must be fought everywhere else, including here in Oxford. It must be fought everywhere else in New York, where
black people get to be shot at by police at will without serious action. We need a world that recognizes human beings and not color. It starts with me. It starts with me, particularly if you are white, you need to stand up and say, not in my name. We are a new generation. We need to usher in a non-racial international society. Racism has got no place where democracy, prosperity is to take place. South Africa, we want to lead by example. In the same way we led by example and accepted that the colonizer and the colonized must share territory. Even beyond the defeat of the colonizers, we did not seek to pay revenge. We continued to share territory with those who colonized us because we believe strongly that there is a place for everyone in South Africa. But let us transform the economy to benefit all. We cannot protect white privilege at the expense of the majority African people in South Africa and the whole entire African continent. We are hated for saying that. We are hated for demanding that we must all be treated as equals. It's not going to change that. We will rather die for a dream that is going to be realized by many generations after us. Even if we don't realize it ourselves, we've made a commitment to lay a firm foundation for generations to come. We seek to inspire confidence amongst many, many, many African masses that they must stand on their own. In this day and era, you still have a situation where there are African states paying colonial tax to France. France, it is what it is because of those African states. You have the reserve banks of African states in France and not in Africa itself. And we must accept that and say it is acceptable, it is in the interest of Africa. It is not. We want Africans to have control over their own currency. We want Africans to have control over their own economy and what constitutes their own economy. Our struggle seeks to inspire that. Our struggle seeks to inspire accountable African leaders, not dictators, not unaccountable leadership that turns a public purse into a personal purse. Some leaders in Africa, when you ask them for money, they go and fetch from a reserve bank and give it to you because they treat a reserve bank as a personal bank account. It can't be. We want leaders who are responsible. We want leaders who are accountable. We want leaders who will go to elections and be elected through democratic means. Let people determine their own leadership and not because leaders are torturing them and intimidating them and imposing themselves on the people. We were happy when South Africa became one of the last liberated countries because we thought we would learn from many failed African states and not repeat similar mistakes. But it looks like we are traveling in the same direction that was traveled by failed African states. In the whole of Africa, I met some of the students earlier, some are doing research in Africa. You must go and check the facts. In every failed state, it became so because of an individual called president. The president takes over the country, and everything else gets to be designed around the individual called president. They move from a democratic rule to personal rule. They respect individual more than the state institutions. If a president does not like a red beret, a law is passed that all red berets are banned in this country. If the president in South Africa does not like a corruption-fighting institution called Scorpions, they go and close down that Scorpions so that he can steal more than 250 million rands. I don't know what is that in pounds. Because he doesn't want to go to prison. Every institution that wants to take him to prison for corruption, he destroyed that institution. The Scorpions closed down because that was going to cause him problems. Now we've got a beautiful lady called a public protector fighting corruption. The president is after her. Because anyone fighting corruption in South Africa is the enemy of the president. And if that president is left alone, South Africa will become one of the failed African states. Not under our watch. The EFF has arrived. The EFF is going to protect the sovereignty and the democracy of South Africa. The EFF is going to revive correct politics in Africa and position Africa at a correct path in the international politics. It is possible. We have taken that position, and many in Africa are willing to follow. So we came here to the Oxford Union and to London because we are going to meet many other institutions, including thinking tanks and investors in Africa. I mean, in UK. Those who want to invest in Africa, those who love peace and democracy, those who love the sharing of wealth amongst people. We need your support. We need you to commit that Africa should not be a playground of the rich, because Africa is not a desert, but a continent where human beings are found and they must be treated with respect and dignity. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Malema, for your speech. I'm going to start with just a couple of questions before I throw it open to the audience. And I'd like to start by picking up on the end of your speech, when you mentioned your schedule of what you plan to do here in the UK. You spoke earlier today in Cambridge, you're speaking in Oxford now. Tomorrow you're speaking, I believe, at Chatham House. On Saturday you're speaking at the African Enterprise Awards at the London Capital Club. And these institutions are considered to be at the heart of the English establishment. You'll be addressing audiences very different to those you normally address in South Africa. What would you say is the purpose of your visit to the UK?
Well, the message remains the same, because we shouldn't be tempted to change a message when we speak to different constituencies, because we'll be misleading. The message is economic freedom in our lifetime, in South Africa and the African continent. And that message has been shared yesterday with Africa investors, serious captains of the industry. And one of them was saying to me that the demand to educate everybody will create an environment where everybody is educated and there is no one to provide cheap labor, and as a result the economy will not survive, because it's the same problem you are confronted with here at UK. And I asked him to not generalize. We need to narrow that point down to our personal experiences. And I said to the chap, one of the captains of the industry, can we agree that we need to provide cheap labor? And you volunteer your child to be one of those people who's not going to go to school and provide that cheap labor. The guy refused immediately. And I said, if your child can't do it, then no child must be allowed a situation where you are denied access to school because you must be one of those who are reserved to provide cheap labor. So we are in a struggle to educate the most exploitative captains of the industry to rethink their attitude and to begin to work with Africans to make the economy of Africa to work for African people.
You spoke about the fact that your message needs to stay the same wherever it is you're speaking, but you also spoke in your speech about the perception of your message. The word radical is used to describe the EFF. And in 2014, you received around 6% of the vote in South Africa. Do you think that's down to the perception of the EFF as radical? And would you do anything to try and change that perception, to try and gain a majority government?
We don't have to change a perception because the distortion of who we are is done by white-owned liberal media, which seeks to distort us and project us as if we are warlords. Yet, we are a legally registered political formation that complies with every piece of legislation in the country. We do everything we're required to do. We carry no weapons. We just articulate our perspective unashamedly. We are not ashamed to associate with the less paid workers. We are not ashamed to represent the rural African women who are denied to own the land, not only by white capitalism, but by black so-called traditional leaders. Now, because we do that, we become the enemy of a dominant elite group in South Africa and in the entire world, because these people are somehow connected. Our attitude is actually attracting more votes to us. You shouldn't just mention 6%. You must mention that you got 6% in less than a year. So that we know what we're dealing with here. In less than a year, without any financial support from established companies. We are the only party in South Africa which led a march of more than 50,000 people on a Tuesday during working hours. When people are supposed to be at work, we didn't close any shop. We didn't close any school. But we brought 50,000 people to come and march with us to demand economic freedom as evidence that a lot of our people are not working, they are idling at home. There are new predictions now, some done by the official opposition in parliament, that the support of the EFF has grown to 12%. It is going to be tested next year in the local government elections. Predictions that gives you a double support even outside the election period. Imagine if we were to enter the election period. So the EFF in South Africa is the only organization that is growing at an unexpected speed. And it is the only organization in the history of South Africa to be launched in less than a year, be represented in the National Assembly, be represented in the National Council of Provinces, be represented in all provincial parliaments, and be official opposition in 2 provinces. What helps the EFF and what makes the EFF the future is because majority of its youth, majority of its leadership rather, it's young people. So you are guaranteed the future there. Unlike old parties which are led by old men who wanted to create an impression that politics in Africa is an exclusive activity of old African males. We're doing away with that myth and reviving youth activism and destroying youth apathy in politics, because we need young people to take charge of their future now. If they don't take the future into their own hands now, then they must know they are plowing a seed of a disaster. Because the future is what you make of it now. And that's what we're doing in our country and in the entire African continent.
To pick up on that theme of the trajectory of the EFF, given the immense success, comparatively, given that it's only a year old, obviously, if you were the majority party, you could take action, decisive action, to change the power structures you referenced before that distort the message of the EFF. As you continue and before you get to that majority stage of the party, what would you change, if anything, about the EFF and its message until such time as you do have a majority government?
Why change a brand which is working? Why change a brand which is working? This is working for us. Why fix it when it's not broken? The EFF is a brand, well established and marketed, not only in the country, but internationally. The message of the EFF is well received. You must go and Google an interview of the former president of South Africa, Malema Motlanthe, who said 2-3 weeks ago, the growth of the EFF is informed by the fact that their message resonates with young people who constitute the future of South Africa. We are doing very well. We know our constituents. We are not all over. We know what we represent. Those are the people we seek to win over. We want to represent them, and we think we are representing them very well in every sphere where we are deployed as the political party.
The final question from me before we open to the floor. Would you ever, after all this time, agree to govern with Jacob Zuma and the ANC as part of a coalition?
Well, we'll never do that. I think we want to destroy the ANC arrogance. We want to destroy the disrespect of the ANC towards our people. The ANC thinks that it is South Africa and not the other way around. They think that what happens in South Africa must happen through them, otherwise nothing will happen. Now, we have made a commitment to prove to the ANC that you are nothing else but a political party. You are not alpha and omega. Like South Africa begins and ends with the ANC. That arrogance leads to a point where Jacob Zuma says he loves the ANC more than the country. That the ANC comes first, then South Africa later. And when asked, what do you mean by that? Because he's intellectually challenged, he then says, no, I mean ANC brought democratic South Africa. There is no ANC that brought democratic South Africa. It is the people of South Africa who brought a democratic South Africa. Not ANC. In 1994, ANC had less than 500,000 members. Yet the people who voted for the ANC were more than 5 million. So how do you say 500,000 people brought about a democratic South Africa and forget the whole entire millions who brought a democratic South Africa? The ANC was formed in 1912. South Africa existed way before 1912. South Africa existed even before the arrival of Jan van Riebeeck in 1652. So you're telling me about a baby of 1912, that is what made South Africa to be what it is? Not even Jan van Riebeeck can tell me that the arrival of settlers made South Africa to be what it is. They found it there with its beautiful oceans, mountains, and weather. Unlike the weather of UK.
Yeah, exactly. Are there any questions for Mr. Malema from the floor? The gentleman about 3 rows back on the left-hand side.
Around this time 20 years ago, I had the pleasure of listening to an articulate man speak in exactly the very same words. It's absolutely striking. His name is Robert Mugabe. and I'll be very honest with you. I totally agree with most of the things that you have mentioned, and I've seen this. And as you mentioned in your speech, you said you would like to take some lessons from what the mistakes other African countries made. Now, history has always repeated itself. For a revolutionary like you, if you get into power, somehow, some way, South African diamonds are going to become blood diamonds. The markets are going to be closed to South Africa. The state apparatus, so your media and so on, are going to be financed by the very same institutions that are alienated by the message that you are speaking. So I would like to know how you expect to move on from where you are now in such a way that you do not end up creating the very same African story like the one that we are seeing in Zimbabwe, like the one that we have seen in Malawi, in Zambia, like the one that we have seen, indeed, in almost every other part of Africa.
Well, we are not going to do what the Zimbabweans have done, of dropping blood of innocent people. There's nothing wrong with Robert Mugabe's policy of land. There's everything wrong with the method used to attain the land. We cannot have people killed. We cannot have people injured because you want your land back. President Mugabe had more than 25 years to pass legislation through democratic means that will systematically take the land back into the rightful owners. He didn't do anything about it. He only introduced that policy at a time when he was losing power. It was opportunistic. It was not a real program that he believed in. Now, you ought to pass legislation through democratic means, parliament, in line with your constitution, which will take land back into the hands of the people. Already in South Africa, there are top judges who are saying, but what Malema says is already there. It is not put into test. Some are arguing that our legislature allows expropriation of land for as long as it is in the public interest and public purpose. But you've got a cowardice government which is not ready to expropriate land. Actually, some of the municipalities do expropriate land if they've got a clear program of using that land to benefit the public. Now, the market will not turn against people who want to own their land. If there are such markets, then there are undemocratic markets. We have to go and look for democratic markets which will appreciate rightful people owning their land. And the interesting thing with the world balance of forces is that there is now an indication of emerging progressive markets in the world. We now have the establishment of BRICS, of developing countries coming together to share a perspective. And we have a lot of markets today who are more than ready to come in if anyone threatens withdrawal. Now let's talk the Zimbabwean situation. After imposing of sanctions in Zimbabwe, and the people of Zimbabwe remaining firm and not wanting to move on the land question, we have seen a situation now where people from the same countries that have said they're imposing sanctions on Zimbabwe, going to Zimbabwe underground to go and look for those resources. We command ourselves and Zimbabwe 80% of the world platinum. If they withdraw in Zimbabwe and they withdraw in South Africa, where else will they get platinum? The 20% remaining platinum is scattered all over. Don't think you're going to find 20% of it in one country. It's all over. We've got many resources in Africa. That's why I speak of African unity, where African countries must come together and say, if they withdraw because they do not want to trade with us on the basis of the policies we have put in place which stand to benefit African people, let us all hold our resources. Let it be done in a peaceful way. Change is painful. We're prepared to go through that pain so that we can give birth to a beautiful thing called sharing of Africa's wealth by African people. So we don't talk war. We don't talk blood diamond. We are going to institutions like this one. We are meeting captains of the industry to persuade them. As it were in South Africa, we are accused now that we are dining with imperialists. It's okay. We are persuading them that let the resources of Africa be shared with the people of Africa. I went to a rally of ZANU-PF in Zimbabwe, and I stood up to address them that there is no room for violence in the whole world today. And using violence to resolve political question is unacceptable. The whole rally was shocked because I subscribe to radical politics but not violence. I believe that through persuasion and exchanging of ideas and exposing the weaknesses of capitalist system in Africa, we will win what we are fighting for. If capitalism has worked here in the UK, let me tell you it has not worked in Africa. The system of capitalism is the one that produced poverty and unemployment in South Africa and the whole of Africa. There's never been any other system. Don't say socialism has failed in South Africa. It was never there. It has never been there. It has never been applied anywhere. If it failed in Soviet Union, not in Africa. Don't confuse Soviet Union with Africa. So it must be, the whole blame must be put on the door of capitalism. The diseases you see, underdevelopment you see, the unemployment, the inequalities, joblessness, is as a result of a capitalist system in Africa. It didn't work for us. It worked for you. You are very fortunate. We have been the unfortunate people who have been a subject of exploitation by a capitalist system. So, throughout, we are persuading people through dialogue and robust engagement and open and honest engagement. But dropping of blood It's not what is on our table. At least for now. I don't know what will happen in future. But at least for now, there's no discussion about armed struggle. There's no discussion about killing anyone for the resources of Africa. We believe we can win them over through the power of persuasion.
The gentleman who thought he was going to get the question given to him on the aisle, about 3 rows from the front. Yes, you, sir.
Thank you very much. You mentioned briefly in your speech that you don't want China to recolonize Africa. And I'm wondering how you foresee China-South Africa relations if the EFF comes to power, and also how you foresee China-Africa relations in the future in general.
Our attitude is that China must invest in Africa and South Africa in particular through our own terms. We don't want the situation where the Chinese are going to own all strategic sectors of the economy and the means of production. We don't want Chinese to replace Europeans. That's not what we struggled for. We struggled for Africans to take rightful place in their politics and in their economy. So China, Europe, America, it doesn't matter. You're coming to invest in a South Africa ruled by EFF through the terms and conditions of the South African government. Look at what America did to China 2 weeks ago. They said to South Africa, if you don't allow us to come and dump our chicken and beef and pork in our country, we are going to terminate trade relations if you don't respond to this letter in 60 days. Zuma got so shocked and scared and responded in 10 days, and he was given 60 days. And they signed that you can come and dump everything here, it's fine. You know what it means for South Africa? It means the chicken industry is gone. It means the pork industry is gone. Because the chicken that get to be dumped, it's a chicken of a 3rd grade which is not needed there. If that chicken has got some black spots or it's not good looking, Africa. Then it get a chicken in South Africa which you can buy, a chicken produced in South Africa which it sells for 12 rand, and a chicken that comes from America that sells for 5 rand. Obvious people are going to prefer the 5 rand chicken, and then it destroys the chicken industry in South Africa. And when you destroy the chicken,
Yes.
Case number is 044620B, State versus Julius Malema. The date is the 16th of April 2026. Parties are as follows. Presiding officer Mrs. E. Public prosecutor Advocate J. Caesar, defense Advocate L. Buddhist SC, Advocate T. SC, instructed by the attorney. Our clerk is Mr. Chamberlain. Yusuf there, accompanied by my boss, the Director of Public Prosecution, Mr. Barry Madolo. I will have at least one assistant.
I have to object, I still have none. Sorry, Advocate, is the state ready to proceed and to note sentence? State ready to note sentence.
Yes,
No still photos, please, by the media or anyone. Advocate Odes, defense ready. Thank you. Advocate Nkukaitobi. Thank you. This is the one I need. I don't need these ones. Let me just ensure our record is there. Okay. Then the court is ready to proceed with sentence in the matter of Julius Malema, hereinafter referred to as the accused. Mr. Malema, please be seated for the duration of the sentence. As judgment, the court can leave no stone unturned, so we'll arrive and I will tell you when to stand up. Thank you. Just as courtesy then, for the state appears Advocate Caesar and the defense being Advocate Odes and Advocate Nkukaitobi as instructed by Ian Levitt attorneys. The others were mentioned and acknowledged on record yesterday. And as stated, the court will proceed with sentence. The accused before court was convicted of 5 counts. Count 1, contravening Section 3 of Act 60 of 2000 of the Firearms Control Act, read with the provisions of Section 1, 103, 117, 120, in brackets 1A and 121, read with column 1 of Schedule 4 of the said Act, being the unlawful possession of a firearm. Count 2, contravening Section 90 of the Firearms Control Act 60 of 2000, read with the same provisions mentioned in Count 1, being the unlawful possession of ammunition. Count 3, contravening Section 120, subsection 7 of the Firearm Controls Act 60 of 2000, being the unlawful discharge of a firearm in a built-up area. Count 4, contravening Section 120, subsection 3C of the Firearms Control Act 60 of 2000, being the unlawful failure to take reasonable precautions to avoid danger to a person or property in circumstances where it created a risk to the safety or property of the general public. Count 5, contravening Section 120, subsection 3B of the Firearms Control Act 60 of 2000, reckless endangerment to a person or property. The applicable penalty clauses as invoked by the state and in terms of Section 121 of the Firearms Control Act 60 of 2000, with specific reference to column 1 and Schedule 4 of the said Act. For record purposes, the court will place them on record. In respect of count 1, it is a maximum of 15 years imprisonment. In respect of count 2, a maximum of 15 years imprisonment. In respect of count 3, a maximum term of 5 years imprisonment. In respect of count 4, a maximum term of 5 years imprisonment. In respect of count 5, a maximum term of 5 years imprisonment. In essence, the various sections invoked by the state, as read with each count, means the following. I deem it necessary to state all this 103s. I'll give a brief explanation. Section 103 of the Firearms Control Act 60 of 2000 deals with the crimes and offences giving rise to unfitness inquiries by courts after conviction or sentence of any of the offences as mentioned. Section 121 of the Firearms Control Act states that any person convicted of contravening any of the sections mentioned in column 1 of Schedule 4 may be sentenced to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not should be exceeding the period mentioned in column 2 of the said schedule. Section 120 of Act 60 of 2000, as invoked in each count, refers to the offences, penalties and the administrative fines applicable. Section 151 of the Firearms Control Act 60 of 2000 states that despite any law to the contrary, any magistrate's court has jurisdiction to impose any penalty provided for in terms of the said act. The court deemed it fit to explain the relevant section invoked by the state in each count for clarity purposes only. It should be noted, and it is well known by this stage, that the provisions of Section 51, subsection 2 of the Criminal Law Amendment Act 105 of 1997 is not applicable in the matter before court, as the section was not invoked by the state in the charge sheet at the commencement of the trial. Therefore, the accused was not warned in terms of the above-mentioned section. It merely means that instead of a minimum sentence of 15 years applicable in respect of counts 1 and 2, the state invoked the penalty clause as contained in column 1 of Schedule 4 of the said Act, which prescribes a maximum penalty of 15 years imprisonment. I trust this explanation is understood and the reasons as to why the minimum sentence is not applicable, and that the defense does not need to show compelling or substantial circumstances for the court to warrant a deviation of the minimum sentence legislation. Plainly stated is one of semantics, one dealing with a minimum of 15 years, the second with a maximum term of 15 years imprisonment. With regards to the maximum sentence, the normal principles followed by courts when sentence is considered is therefore applicable. The above charges relate to the incident relating to the EFF, or the Economic Freedom Fighters' 5th birthday celebration held at Sisa Dukashe Stadium, Mtansane, on the 28th of July 2018. The incident led to the arrest of the accused and his subsequent appearance in court on 27 November 2019. Thereafter, as a result of the COVID pandemic which the country faced, the accused appeared for the first time in person before this court, and you'll need to bear with me here, on the 29th of March 2021, on which date a trial date was then secured. The trial date for the matter to proceed was 27 August 2021. However, the erstwhile state advocate was ill, and she had notified parties beforehand that the matter may not proceed, and a postponement for trial was arranged in the absence of the accused and the defense team, and the trial date then secured being 28 February 2022. On the said date, Advocate Caesar appeared on behalf of the state, and the case formally proceeded, or the trial proceeded, on 1 March 2022 for the week up to the 4th of March 2022, being for 4 days. From there, it was postponed to 5 September 2022 for the week. However, and this is not criticism at all, because the matter was dealt with very professionally, as the defense had indicated a prior commitment and could not honor the week of September. And in the absence of all parties, a date for further evidence was then arranged, being 30 January up to the 3rd of February 2023, and it proceeded for 5 consecutive days. 1 September 2023 was the following dates up to 14 September 2023, that was 4 days, and the state case was closed on the 14th of September, meaning it was a total of 13 court days that was spent on the state's case after hearing plus minus 19 state witnesses and 3 applications brought by the defense in that period. I would say 2 because the 174 I'll deal with now. As from the 14th of September, the matter was postponed to the 20th of September 2023, whereby a Section 174 application was brought by the defense, and the ruling by court on the 19th of October 2023 was then ruled in terms of Section 174, and that ended the state matter, the 3 applications, and it lasted a total of 15 court days. During the week of 18 June 2024 to 20 June 2024, after 3 consecutive days, the defense case was closed, and on 1 November 2024, the date was secured, including the date of 9 December 2024, was set aside for address on merits. However, due to myself having sustained an injury, I indicated to the state and the defense that there's a possibility that I may not be present on the 1st of November, which I happen to be, and they had elected, correctly so, the safest option was to proceed on the 9th of December 2024 for address on merits. Indeed, then it had proceeded on the 9th of December 2024, continued, where am I now? 2024. Thereafter, 29, yes, the defense case was then closed. It continued 29 September 2025, 30 September 2025, and 1 October 2025 for the extremely long judgment delivered by this court. I still shudder. Thereafter, it was postponed to 23 January 2026 for the pre-sentence report, which was then the court heard the evidence of Ms. Jessie Thompson, and from that date postponed to yesterday, 15 April, and I will summarize the proceedings that took place yesterday, and then hence we find ourselves here today, 16 April 2026. In total, I think what felt like an extremely long time and which has been discussed as 7.5 years, it's clear having to combine 6, 7 defense counsel, state, court was available, nonetheless was quite a task, and it amounted to the matter proceeding plus minus twice a year on 4.5 days per session. So the trial lasted, I would say, plus minus 31 days. Okay. Just see where I stopped. The court has decided to, in this instance, instead of starting by placing on record the provisions or principles traditionally taken into account by any sentencing court, to deal with the mitigating heads of argument placed on record by the defense, thereafter with the address by the state, and then the court will proceed in calmness with the principles applicable before sentence. Okay. First then, with regards to the heads of the defense, and the same will apply to the state, the court does not deem it necessary to repeat what has been placed before court. The defense had submitted detailed written heads of argument in advance and then addressed the court yesterday, being the 15th of April 2026. Therefore, the court has indeed had sufficient time prior to yesterday to read, peruse, and after yesterday's arguments to digest what has been presented to court by the defense. I will start off by, it goes without saying that in this instance, the defense had requested that or stated that there is no other sentence which is appropriate save for a non-custodial sentence, and I will continue with that at a later stage. Therefore, the court has had the opportunity to visit and peruse all the case law as quoted in great detail by the defense and has given it the full attention that it deserves. The case law is attached, although in 3 pages, to the heads of argument filed by the defense. It will be a moot exercise to repeat all the cases listed, unless you would require me to do so. The same may be said regarding the pre-sentence report. It was submitted to court on the 23rd of January 2026, and Ms. Thompson had read the report into the record verbatim. Therefore, there is no need to repeat the contents, as it is reflected and recorded and forms part of the written transcription and record of this court. The court therefore has had more than sufficient time to peruse and to take note of the contents of the said report, and combined with the evidence in chief, the cross-examination that followed, including the re-examination and clarity questions by court, it is clear that the said pre-sentence report has been noted fully, and I will deal with the recommendations shortly. The contents are noted and accepted, therefore, as evidence on behalf of the accused person. The court will, however, refer to a few points that may require a response from court at a later stage. The court has indeed scrutinized the case law quoted by the defense in paragraphs 25, 26, and 27, and the court reiterates the importance of the findings made regarding the role of the courts in upholding the Constitution, wherein the state is described as the role model for our society. This court is in total agreement with the submissions that it... let me just open this file. This court is therefore in total agreement with the submissions by the defense that a court's impartiality must never be open to reasonable doubt. For its moral authority, without it, would cease to enjoy legitimate public confidence and ready compliance with its decisions by all, and that our courts are to defend and uphold the Constitution and the rights entrenched therein. More so when the deprivation of an individual's liberty or freedom may be affected. It is indeed a core right to be enjoyed by all. Paragraphs 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32 sets out all the examples of sentences imposed by our courts as stipulated in the heads of arguments. There is no need to repeat the paragraphs, it was read into the record. What is clear is that there are a variety of sentences imposed by our courts regarding the possession of firearms over the years, pertaining to semi-automatic rifles, pistols, revolvers, including offences that were committed using firearms. What is to be distinguished in these matters are notably, as raised by the defence and as per the pre-sentence report and viva voce evidence of Ms. Thompson, the circumstances under which the offences were committed, including the purpose, therefore, thereof, the duration, and as highlighted by the defence, the issue whether any harm or injuries emanated from the offences. Further, that the ammunition was fired had been described as celebratory shots, and that there is no case law pertaining to the facts relating to the matter before court, more so based on the term used being, and I quote, celebratory shots. A further submission by the defence on record mentions that should any court consider a custodial sentence as appropriate in the matter before the court, it will be seen as the accused is singled out for unduly harsh punishment. The defence concedes the offences are serious and that the case law differs as the defence had pointed out in the case law on record, and surely again emphasise that the duration, circumstances, including the lack of harm to person or property should be considered, that indeed it is the accused's right not to show any remorse. It has no impact on sentence. Further, that the accused regrets the perception that his actions created. When dealing with the pre-sentence report, it may appear as if it is a repetition on the side of the court, but I need to mention, because the points raised by Ms. Thompson indeed overlaps with the heads of the defense drafted on behalf of the accused. In addition to the heads, I will add the following: that the accused person's personality type was assessed, and the reason for doing so was to offer context to his conduct and potential behavior expectations. Ms. Thompson had regard to the personal circumstances of the accused, his background, education and career. Further, that the accused continues to assert his innocence. Nevertheless, however, he regrets the incident. The report deals with the evaluation of actual and potential harm because of the offences, the seriousness of the offences, as well as, once again, the purpose of the offences. And in recommendations, Ms. Thompson proposed that a monetary fine as a sentence option should be applicable, and describes the fine as a sentence option which will reflect the gravity of the offence. Further suggestions by Ms. Thompson were to restrict the accused person from obtaining a firearm license for a specified period, and that he should be ordered to make a financial contribution to Gun Free South Africa, an NGO focusing on reducing gun violence in South Africa. She also testified, and it is contained in the said report, that the firing of the celebratory shots had been deliberately planned as a distinctive element of the event, reflecting the established tradition of incorporating unique features into each celebration. She continues to state that the planning does not suggest that the activity was undertaken with the intent to commit an offence or endanger lives or cause damage to property. And as mentioned in paragraph 17.3 of the defence heads of argument now, that the careless and reckless discharge of firearms in a public setting conveys an inappropriate message about gun safety and responsible firearm use. Now, in this instance, it was mentioned that particularly when a prominent leader exhibits such conduct. The court agrees with this submission. Further, the court agrees with the submission by the defense that the actions of individuals in positions of influence are likely to be emulated by their supporters, thereby warranting what is perceived to be more severe assessment of their behavior. However, the defense then proceeded to state that the behavior of the accused, indeed once again reiterated, did not cause harm to person, property, and the court was then requested to consider that the said firearm in question was returned to the lawful custodian promptly, and that the celebratory shots were fired in a very short space of time, and that the accused had not loaded the ammunition personally. Further, that the accused had obtained the firearm from an individual, most likely affiliated with tactical security services. On this aspect, and on certain aspects raised by counsel yesterday, it's clear this aspect was dealt with in judgment. It refers to the merits, and when we deal with leave to appeal the application, it is when the court will hear the merits. The court's finding in judgment is clearly stipulated regarding how possession, there was no finding as to how possession was gained. That is as far as I'm going to say. The rest we'll do during leave to appeal. And some of the controversial statements during, how will I say, reply by replying counsel. Okay. That in essence were the points raised by the defense and the social worker, Thompson. And as I've stated yesterday, reading the paper gives new meaning when one hears the oral arguments in court. It gives more perspective, insight, to see and hear the tone of how a statement is made has a different impact on a court as a piece of paper which is words. So therefore it was important for the court yesterday to pause when it did and then retire to indeed consider sentence. Those were the aspects as stated, dealt with by the defense, and I will now deal with the aggravating circumstances as indicated or raised by Advocate Caesar on behalf of the state. The state submitted that they request that the court should consider a custodial sentence in this matter for the following reasons: that the incident was planned and it was deliberate and executed with precision, and that the submission is made based on the accused's own evidence. Also on this aspect, I would say we will deal with the merits once we reach that point. Further, that it was a collective decision made by the EFF's leadership and that it was planned to entertain the crowd to ensure that the crowd is not bored during the event. In this regard, the state relies on the submissions based on the evidence of the accused that, I quote, everything was perfect and calculated and designed to be the way it was done, unquote. Therefore, it was not an act based on a lapse of judgment. These submissions was then substantiated based on the case law by the defense and similarly quoted then by the state. The state and the defense basically, in fact, relied on the same case law pertaining to this matter. The state continued to submit that on the ballistic evidence presented, it was established that to discharge a semi-automatic rifle in a built-up area densely populated using a .223 Remington round was fired, and that retains lethal kinetic energy on descent. The potential for mass injury or harm was real, it was foreseeable and scientifically established. Mtansane is a residential area. The state alluded to the fact that the accused's position as a public leader and role model is, I would say, a fact. Submissions made thereafter by the state requested the court to consider that the accused is a member of parliament and also the president of a political party, admired and followed by millions of South African citizens, and arguing that it is aggravating and not mitigating as per the defense submissions in this regard. The state referred to the video footage which was accepted by court. That again, I will say, deals with the merits. It was clear what footage was admitted by court and what was not admitted. The state alleged that the accused clearly lacked insight and accountability and sought political justification as an excuse, thereby undermining the public confidence in the administration of justice. These submissions was followed by the concerns the state raised regarding the evidence and pre-sentence report drafted by Ms. Thompson and the findings by the witness and the submissions by the defense regarding the brevity of the possession and that it was not accidental, and that the discharge of a semi-automatic rifle cannot be described as benign, and since the risk of injury or harm is extreme. celebratory purposes in this regard, the state submitted that this type may not be condoned, this type of discharge may not be condoned, and that the law makes no provision for such actions. The state then embarked on the discussion and submissions regarding the case law, which was placed on record. I am not going to repeat, it has been noted. The only difference I may add by the side is that although the state and the defense relied on the same case law, it is clear that the state will use the portions which is beneficial to them, and the defense will obviously use the portions which is beneficial to the defense. And ultimately, at the end, the court is required to bring them together. The fact that the state further continued that the fact that there appears to be no harm or injury caused as a result of the commission of the offence is conceded by the state, however disagrees with the defence regarding the weight that it should be attached by court. The Parliament criminalised the creation of risk, not that there is a requirement of an actual harm or injury, but the actual act itself. The state continued to highlight three, which they termed, I'll say, pointers, that being the imperative of equality before the law. I'm not going to elaborate on that point at this stage. The imperative of proportionality and the imperative of deterrence. Those were the three highlighted by the state. And concluded its submissions by referring to State v. Zin and pressing I'm trying to also expedite the sentence, just a minute. The state then submitted that the proposed sentences will give proper effect to all the principles and objectives set out in State v. Zin with safety, and it will satisfy the constitutional mandate of equal treatment before the law, and it will serve the legitimate and pressing interests of a society that has the right to expect its leaders to obey the same laws they are elected to uphold. Now, the court will proceed with the principles traditionally taken into account by sentencing court. It is a well-known fact that sentence proceedings are the most difficult part of any court proceedings. It does not only affect the accused person, but also the family of the offender, including the society, that being the public welfare, safety concern, and the interest of society. It is also known that a court is obliged to consider the normal aspects of sentence traditionally taken into account before imposing sentence. These aspects being the accused is indeed a first offender before court and has no outstanding or pending criminal matters. It also includes the possibility of reoffending. I'm not going to elaborate on that aspect. It was done by the defense. It is noted as one of the principles to be taken into account. It also includes loss of employment. In this instance, the case law is clear that should sentence result in the loss of employment, it should be noted that crime is an inevitable consequence of crime, or loss of employment is an inevitable consequence of crime. The court is also obliged to consider the family of the offender. This fact was fully discussed in the pre-sentence report submitted by Ms. Thompson, who testified in mitigation of sentence. On this score, I also think it is appropriate to highlight I do not intend to discuss the depth of the pre-sentence report, as was submitted by the defense in the heads yesterday, orally, that I accept it was an invasion of the accused's personal space. It could never be seen as an easy exercise. And we heard that evidence of Ms. Thompson, I think, in excess of 5 hours on the 23rd of January. And I think that in itself was surely not a pleasant experience. So I'm merely going to highlight I have highlighted the content and then the family, etc. I do not intend to rehash personal circumstances which has been dealt with or heard. The other aspect that the court needs to consider is the state of health of the offender, and the court was informed that the accused does not suffer of any medical or physical ailments as per the report. Youthfulness, it is so that the accused is still relatively young. And most importantly, the position of trust. This is one pointer that the court will return to. It requires full reasoning by court, and I will do so during the process of sentencing. The further aspect is that the prevalence and seriousness of the offence. This is an aspect the court cannot shy away from today, but also requires full reasoning, and the court will do so during the proceeding of the sentence. Those two aspects. The above are but a few pointers traditionally taken into account by courts before sentence, and some require detailed explanation by courts. It is well known that the ends of justice are four in number, being deterring, preventative, reformative, and retributive in its nature. It, however, consists of 5 important functions. It should act as a general deterrent. It should also act as a specific deterrent. It should also, or it must enable the possibility of correction. And it must be protective of society. And it must further also serve society's desire that crime be adequately addressed by courts. It is in the public interest that punishment be meted out fairly and without the measure of excessiveness that would mark it as being merciless and unacceptably unfair. The court is mindful that neither the call for true punishment and revenge, neither the cry for understanding must be given undue weight. The ends of justice, as mentioned already, must be given due regard when determining sentence. And it is required that a court should strive to accomplish and arrive at a judicious counterbalance between the elements mentioned and ensure that one element is not unduly accentuated at the expense or exclusion of any other element. It has been often stated in various case law that the sentence imposed should fit the offender as well as the crime. It must be fair to society and blended with a measure of mercy according to the circumstances of each matter. True mercy, therefore, has nothing in common with soft weakness or maudlin sympathy with the offender, since it is a crucial element of our justice system in its own right. It is also not an element that mere lip service is paid to, but indeed a sound factor that each court must consider and which must clearly reflect in the sentence imposed. However, courts are required not to strive as stated for severity, but neither on the other hand surrender to misplaced pity. and should not flinch from firmness where it is called for, and that a court should be strict enough to ensure that the objects of punishment are adequately furthered, and indicating thereby that crime will be effectively punished. Having said that, this court is well aware that a court should approach its task with a humane understanding of human behavior and frailties. Just a minute. Been talking a lot, just a minute. I think at this stage, while we are still proceeding calmly, I'm going to deal with general concerns when reaching sentence regarding matters of this nature. Thereafter, the court will deal with the or reply to the offence before court or the matter before court. It should be noted that crime is inconsistent with the rule of law and the fundamental value of our Constitution. It undermines the constitutional commitment to human dignity and further the achievement of equality, including the advancement of human rights and freedom. Crime is therefore the antithesis of an open, accountable, democratic government as required by our Constitution. Chaskelson P. in South African Association of Personal Injury Lawyers versus Heath and others, 2001, SA 1883, Constitutional Court, 2001, in brackets 1, states that, I quote, elected office bearers and officials in the public service have become one of the most serious threats to our country's well-being, and that is to state the obvious. Although the mentioned case deals with corruption and crimes of dishonesty, it is still relevant to the crime in general, and as far as it relates to public office bearers, as the impact and consequence pertaining to the matter before court today remains the same, if not worse. It is clear that if crimes are allowed to go unchecked and unpunished, it poses a serious threat to our democratic state. Crime in South Africa is ever escalating, and it appears to be an acceptable way of life in our country, this being a situation the courts cannot allow or tolerate. The incidents may well be characterized as a pandemic that needs to be recognized as such and requires concerted and drastic efforts to combat it. It is regrettable that too often in South African courts, the so-called, and I quote, non-violent crimes have been visited with lenient sentences due to the classification of no violence, and that perpetrators of these offences are seen as not to be truly criminals or even prison material due to their ostensibly respectable careers and lifestyles. The above-mentioned case stated on record speaks about dishonesty. However, this court will dare to say that it does not merely refer to related offences such as fraud, etc., but it includes the dishonest character of an individual, indicating that such conduct entails gross breaches of trust. At the beginning of the sentence, the court mentioned the element of trust and that a court should consider before imposing a sentence, and based on the facts of the matter before court, including the circumstances in which the offences were committed, It shouts of the breach of trust and is of great concern to this court today. The accused is in a position of trust and elected as such by the members of society. The conduct of the accused and the effect of his actions and the impact of the conviction on the accused combined all reflects, contrary to what is expected from our Constitution, the complete absence of accountability and breach of trust by the accused person before court. Going to try and summarize the response to the defense submissions as follows. It must be noted, and the accused confirmed, that the event was planned. Emphasis on the word event was planned. And that it was a unique established tradition planning an event. Firstly, I stand corrected on this aspect, but what I should have clarified is the following, that this was, according to the knowledge of this court, the fifth birthday celebration was the first of its kind. I do not understand the wording of it was a well-established tradition. We heard that the 10th birthday celebration, what the main feature was, but whether it was an established tradition at the 5th birthday celebration, I'm not aware. As a result, it is a great concern to this court that an event was planned and that what appears to be the unique feature of the event ended up in the commission of an offense or offenses. Surely this can never ring true. As per the submissions, the court is asked to consider that the accused had planned the event, and then it goes a step further, because contrary to the view of the defense and the view of the state, today it is clear that the planning included that the accused will possess or take possession of a semi-automatic rifle, fire a .223 Remington bullet into the air, thereby causing possible harm to person or property in a built-up area. That it is now called a celebratory shots, that is sugarcoating. Nothing more, nothing less. The facts found by court during its judgment, and this is not merits, these are facts. I'm going from memory. It was the evidence considered was that the accused had decided that the event was planned by the leadership. All decisions were made by the leadership. So there can be no doubt that you are saying the unique feature of the event was committing 5 offenses. That is the bottom line. Clearly, planning of this nature is in contrast with the law, how can a court of law consider that the actions of the accused did not intend or did not entail the intention to commit an offence? It is not it is not the thinking of the court, it is the facts before court, because that is what happened. It wasn't, as the state correctly stated, an act of an impulsive act. It wasn't, as a result of the case law we heard, an act of passion. It wasn't anger. It was the event of the evening. And therein lies the difference. It should take considerable planning for an event of that magnitude, and I'm deviating from my written judgment, of that magnitude, that as to how, when, and exactly at what time you will take possession of the firearm, where you will fire it from, at which point we all know then, Mr. Snyman, you returned the firearm to Mr. Snyman. That finding was made by court. The court did not find it was handed to you by Mr. Snyman. That is what I'll say in that regard. So that, to reason any otherwise is nonsensical. This is a decision that a person made to possess a semi-automatic rifle unlawfully, and including the decision then to proceed and fire the said rifle in a built-up area in a crowded stadium. The decision to break the law has been made, and it was made with the approval of the accused person and the leadership. Since it's confirmed that this was the future planned for the event, it clearly indicates that the accused had known it was unlawful. He knew that it may cause harm to persons or property. He knew all the above, and it yet proceeded to possess the rifle and to fire the shot in celebration of the 5th birthday celebrations of the economic freedom fighters. Always knowing when this was being planned, arranging this special feature that it is in contravention of the law. And that this decision was made long before the actual event. Such acts can never be condoned by this court in any instance. The court cannot dismiss these actions planned by the accused as mere celebratory shots, and further justify the commission of crime under the pretense that it was celebratory shots. Much has been said yesterday regarding other offenders who've committed acts of this nature, worse, who have has not been brought before a court of law. This court is not in a position to answer for those matters. Safe to say, I trust that surely the long arm of the law would reach and bring those offenders or suspected offenders before court. This court can only reply and answer for the matter before it, not for what has been said was done by Mr. A to Z or Miss A to Z. I'm unable to do so. My focus is on this matter solely. With regards to, yes, as I say, as far as it pertains to individuals who had committed the same offences and had not yet been brought before a court of law, should this type of reasoning be condoned, it is clearly not conducive to the interest of society, and the courts are required to act accordingly. And that is as much as I can say regarding the offenders who are still to be brought before courts. The other aspect that is aggravating in this matter and which needs to be mentioned is the astronomical financial impact this matter has had on the taxpayers' pockets or at the taxpayers' expenses. By saying that, please, that is not laid at the foot of the accused person solely, not at all. It was your right to take this matter on trial. I'm saying merely that a trial of this magnitude involved tremendous human or manpower if we look at the ballistic side of this matter alone. The transport of firearms from KZN to Quebeca and back, the ballistic unit resources and equipment, preparation, SAPs. The tragedy is that this matter has also led to so many people that did not have access to this court on several days where this matter proceeded. Mothers could not approach the court for maintenance. They could not reach inside. Grandmothers could not come to the offices to apply for foster care or guardian appointment adoptions. Domestic violence, those people did not have access. And that is tragic. These are members of the community this court services on a daily basis. They wake up, as you very well know, all of us very well know, by 3 a.m., by 4 p.m., those little kids are dressed, washed, and they walk to court. And yet they cannot reach the entrance of this court for the help that they need. What has transpired is indeed sad. It's a sad day for justice if this is what bringing a matter of this nature to court results in the impact on the interest of society. And as I've stated, the courts must protect the interest of society. Not only did it affect those people I've mentioned, courts adjourned early. Our court rolls are overcrowded beyond comprehension. Inmates had to be returned to correctional services, leading to the extension of the overcrowding of prisons or correctional facilities. Witnesses who traveled from far, who lost a family member, let us say in a murder incident, they did not get closure on a specific day which was allocated to them for their matter to be heard. They have to come back. So yes, this matter indeed is sad because it has an immense tragic effect on the administration of justice and the very interest of society that is to be served by justice and its staff and courts. And that is not overemphasizing, that is a fact and a reality. The only aspect I'll mention with regards to the time frame of the actual possession of the rifle, yes, indeed, I agree it was very short. I agree with the submissions of the defense that, yes, the charge sheet mentions 1.223 Remington cartridge. Correct. I agree that the charge sheet mentions 1 SPA 249. Therefore, the court is limited to what you have been charged for, and that is what I'm dealing with. Nothing more. Safe to say then, on what the court has already alluded to, the commission of these offences are not insignificant, and the impact thereof remains the same, whether it was done in less than a minute. The impact remains the same. Now, this is a difficult matter to raise because it was alluded by the defense that should a custodial sentence be imposed by court, it will show that the accused is singled out to endure a harsh sentence. To this, the only reply from court is, it is not the court who has singled out the accused person. He had done so all by himself, not the court. In the light of the position that he holds as the CIC of a political party with massive support, it's not the court who had singled out the accused person. The fact remains there is a significant amount of accountability on the accused, and on this regard, I'll add the following, that please remember, it is not a political party who has been convicted here. It is not the economic freedom fighters that have been convicted. It is a person, an individual, who so happens to be the CIC of a political party. Nothing more, nothing less. It's not the party. It's an individual, and that is how it is perceived. And while I'm on the topic which is uncomfortable for everyone, let us continue with this political trend that is followed. This court heard, as I've stated, plus minus 19 witnesses. Not a single witness testified before this court testified regarding any political facts, or that is not facts before court. The evidence or political agenda was raised by the accused, which is your right, but those are not facts as part of the state's case. And that's where it ends. A court of law and politics do not blend. The two do not collide. Judiciary stays in its lane. Politicians stays in their lane. The easiest way to explain this is, I think the minds of a jurist and the minds of a politician do not function on the same frequency at all. Hence, a court is expected to remain independent, dispense with justice without fear, favor, or prejudice, and that is the duty of this court. The rest is of no interest, only the law. Just a minute. On this topic, I'll end off by saying, at all times, the judiciary, including the justice system, will never be intimidated by any politically charged utterances or parties. There is no room in a court of law dealing with a criminal offense for the court to enter into politics at all. Just need to find my rhythm as well here. Right. What is apparent then is that people of this country are speaking as one. Crime is reaching astronomical proportions, and the courts are required to do all in its power to combat the situation and to ensure that all would-be offenders or offenders who are still to be brought before justice faces the full arm of justice. And surely if this is not done or goes unchecked, as I've stated, it will result in the perception that crime is an inevitable consequence of life in South Africa. It must further be noted, as much as the rights of the accused has been emphasized, and correctly so, as it is enshrined in our Constitution, members of society too enjoy rights, the same rights as enshrined in our Constitution. These rights are not one-sided and enjoyed by all. I'm about to end off. I just want to briefly refer to our engagement yesterday in the oral submissions by the state and the defense regarding the two case laws submitted, one by the defense and the other by Advocate Caesar. Just want to get to the relevant part. Yes. Gracious. The matter submitted by the state being Romeo Janssen and the state, case number CANR 220/18, delivered by D. Van Sale, then DJP, and by the defense, that of the Malundana case, case number CC 20/2024, delivered by Brooks J. Now, in this instance, it was interesting to read both. And what is abundantly clear is that in the matter presented, the Malundana case, the facts are completely opposite as the ones we are dealing with today. In the matter submitted, the Malundana matter, was a gentleman of 62 years old who had, after a very long period of time, secured employment as a security officer protecting a school, which led to him firing a handmade firearm. The difference in that matter, which the judges considered as sentence and mitigation of sentence, is the accused there had pleaded guilty. He had also spent a period of time incarcerated, 4 months in custody before. Further, he was also a first offender. He had assisted the victims at the scene, and he himself had called the police to come and assist. He had also contributed to the costs of the family who suffered in the incident. That is the set of facts unique to that matter. Now, what is interesting in the Janssen matter, counsel argued yesterday that the matter cannot be of assistance to the court. I disagree on that aspect. Indeed, it was. Because I think it was said that he had previous convictions, Janssen. But when you read the actual judgment, the judge states clearly that the accused was treated as a first offender despite having previous convictions. So that is not relevant. That was, he said, and he was found to be or having been in possession only. There wasn't a crime that was committed on the day he was arrested with the firearm. And then interestingly, after being asked by the defense that all people be treated equal, it was submitted that Janssen is a gangster, therefore a member of Fat Boys, and therefore custodial sentence is in order. I failed to see the reasoning and the rationale behind that, but what is evident and clear after discussion of all the cases submitted by the state and the defense, in the view of this court, each case is unique. Every person is equal in law. What does equal mean in my view? That the court should ensure that accused rights to a fair trial is protected and that it applies equally to every individual who appears before a court of law. Sentences, we have this contradiction and variety because, as I've stated, each set of circumstances and facts are unique. If we take, without disrespecting a gangster, we cannot say for gangsters, right, there's a sentence of 5 years. For politicians, it should be 6 years. For the homeless person, it's 10 years. No. It's done in its totality. And unfortunately, the accountability on a public office bearer is a lot more. It weighs heavy than that of the regular South African person. So by saying that, that doesn't mean you are not treated equally or the accused is not treated equally. That is not what equality, in my view, portrays. I'll end it shortly. There we go. Just a minute. There we go, just a minute, please.
Your Worship, if I may at this stage, I'm so sorry about this. I need an urgent comfort break, Your Worship. I've been sitting here since 7:30 this morning, Your Worship. I'm so sorry about that.
I'm going to single you out, Advocate Caesar.
Yes, Your Worship. I tried my best to not...
So I was perusing the file to end off, but okay, can we then say, I'm sorry for this then, but instead of 5 minutes, it's a large crowd. Shall we say this is then the tea adjournment, we come back, we continue then thereafter? I'm sorry for this. No, like forgetting that will be shame. I cannot. Just now we all drown when that man cannot cope. Okay. Please, I'm going to just a minute. Sorry. Feel free.
What time, Your Worship?
I'm going to leave this now.
What time?
I must take it with me.
What time are we coming
It's
back?
25 past. Can we all agree, due to the amount of people who may also need the facilities and who need to go out and come back in, is 10:45 in order?
Yes, please use.
I'm even asking the gallery sufficient time to come back and continue. Okay.
We are going to protect our borders and the trade, in particular, the South African industry, so that whatever gets to be dumped, particularly by China, doesn't undermine the South African industry. As we speak today, the steel industry in South Africa is on its knees because China comes and dumps steel in South Africa in an extremely cheap way. Even if we raise tariffs to 60%, still the steel of South Africa will not beat the Chinese steel. What do? There's a steel here in South Africa which employs thousands and thousands of people. It's almost retrenching now. Government has been pumping money to save jobs in the steel industry, but we're going to reach a point where government has to give up. Jobs are going to be lost because the steel that the Chinese are dumping in South Africa undermines the South African steel industry and ultimately leads to job losses. So, to me and to the EFF, South Africa comes first. We want to protect our country and our continent called Africa, because all African states look up to South Africa, to be honest. Once South Africa takes a posture that says no to imperialism and recolonization of Africa, all of them will rise and say, not in our country, because they look up to South Africa. So South Africa has let down a lot of African states.
The lady at the very back of the hall. Do you mind waiting for the microphone?
Good evening, Mr. Malema. Thank you so much for coming to speak to us tonight. I'm a South African, and I have a massive identity with a lot of the things that you said. I have seen my second mom, Patricia, be denied access to being called family when she more than obviously is. And so it's very interesting for me tonight to see you on a platform that I so respect and to hear you say so many things that I respect. But what I'd really love to hear is your vision for educating the rest of South Africa and how we fix so much of what isn't about capitalism and what isn't about colonialism that's happening in South Africa at the moment, and how we create access to for people in the Eastern Cape to strong educations, to becoming entrepreneurs, and to taking wealth back to the places that really need it.
Well, I didn't hear the first part. What is my vision on the role of educated?
Yeah, what are you going to do to promote education?
Okay. Well, for sure you heard me when I started. I spoke about the struggles of education in South Africa. And what makes me happy about that is that the youth are not fighting for the prices of alcohol to be reduced. They are not fighting for prices of clothes or all those luxury clothes things to be reduced. They are fighting for access to education. And when I saw the South African youth standing up and saying, we want to be educated, yet we cannot afford, we want free education, then I knew I can die a happy man. Because young people have come to realize the importance of education in our country, and that will inspire many generations to come. We all know that education is a generational matter. It is going to take the entire generation to undo the legacy of Bantu education in South Africa. But I'm happy we're starting now to fight for access into proper universities where quality education it is provided. So all of you who are here, South Africans, your beautiful chairs are awaiting you in the economy of South Africa, because that is your home. You are even more important because you've got exposure to the world, and you know and you have seen what worked and what didn't work. Come and take your rightful place, because that's where you belong. If you read the book of the EFF, it's here. It's called The Coming Revolution. We have a book already in less than 2 years. That's how serious we are. Many people just waffle without writing what they are talking about. So we write. Now, in The Coming Revolution, we indicate there that if we take over government, we want to take not less than 10,000 young people to the best universities or institutions of learning in the world. Because our education system is not yet perfected to a point where it can produce qualified people, especially in the scarce skills areas. It must be a state-funded program to take students to the best universities in the world while we're still working at home to perfect the education system. And once government of the EFF does that, then we go into business and say, yes, business, how many students are you prepared to take to the outside world, to the best universities, to be trained in the scarce skills so that they can come and help the economy of South Africa to grow? We are nothing without education. All of us here, we are at school. I just finished writing my last paper 2 weeks ago. Very boring, but I had to write it and agree with what the academic said. I mean, you can't argue differently, otherwise you're going to fail. So I had to agree with those things. But that's how important education is to the leadership of the EFF. The spokesperson of the EFF here, please rise, Honorable Ndlozi, is a PhD student at the Wits University. Our Deputy President here, please rise, DP, just graduated with masters at the Wits University. And our National Chairperson here is a senior counsel. I don't know what senior counsels are called here.
QC, Queen's Counsel.
Yeah, Queen's Counsel. We don't have Queen's Counsel in South Africa. So, and it looks like you used to be called Queen's Counsels as well in South Africa. So we did away with those things. You are our counsel and not Queen's Counsel. Now, that's how education is so important in the EFF. And education constitutes the center for development in South Africa and in Africa. The sustainability of political freedom and the economic freedom depends on the education. An illiterate society can easily be misled because they've got no exposure or they've got no knowledge on education. I don't know if I dealt with that question properly. I don't know. But that's our view on education.
I think you did. One last question. The gentleman with the cap.
And I'm very happy to see you, my home girl. I forgot to say that.
Hello, yeah. I support your determination for self-determination, but I just want to remind you of something. You know, the ANC had a rule which they weren't going to break. It was in the Freedom Charter of 1956, which says that the resources of South Africa would be used for the people of South Africa. And, you know, and they were determined, the Freedom Charter, not to break this. But in 2002, I saw an interview with Nelson Mandela conducted by John Pilger. And his answer was, why have you broken that charter? And his reference was the fact that the precious resources of South Africa still remained in the hands of the very few white elite post-apartheid, to the extent that here in this country, Mrs. Thatcher's son moved to South Africa. Lady Diana Spencer's brother moved to South Africa because the tax rates were so favorable if you had wealth. At a time when the people in Soweto were still living in steel shuts without running water, as you quite rightly said. And when John Pilger asked him why he said this, his answer was really interesting. Nelson said, but I haven't cheated on that charter. You can now buy shares in these companies. Well, clearly, the people in Soweto can't buy shares. That massacre you mentioned in 2011, what you didn't say was that one of the shareholders was Cyril Ramaphosa. He used to be on the TV in this country every day, leading the ANC. Now he's one of the very wealthy guys who's getting Anglo shares, profits, he's rich. When he was asked, you shot people who were unarmed, he had nothing to say. I just want to say to you, and then I'm going to wrap this up quickly, my fear is that you're not addressing the issue. The issue is the reason we love Nelson Mandela is because he made a deal with the white elites, the power structures, the De Beers, the Oppenheimers, to remain in power, and he wouldn't touch their wealth, he wouldn't share their wealth, and that's why we in England love him, because the press tells us to. He betrayed the people of South Africa. And I'm frightened that unless you actually address the fact that the laws of South Africa doesn't make the corporations share the wealth as the Freedom Charter of 56 demands, my fear is nothing will change.
I think you captured it very well. There's no any better explanation than the explanation you have given. The deviation from the Freedom Charter was the beginning of selling out the revolution. But why did Nelson Mandela sell out the Freedom Charter? When Nelson Mandela returned from prison, he got separated with Winnie Mandela and went to stay in a house of the rich white men. He was looked after by the Oppenheimers. Nelson Mandela used to attend the club meetings of those white men who owned the South African economy at the time. He stayed in their complex. He stayed with them. He stayed in one of their houses. They had access to him 24 hours. And they told him that what he represents will not be achieved. And then that's when he turned against himself. Because the Nelson we are celebrating now is not the Nelson we celebrated before prison and during prison. It's a staged, managed Nelson Mandela who compromised the fundamental principles of the revolution, which are well captured in the Freedom Charter. The EFF subscribed to the Freedom Charter. The Freedom Charter has got a detailed explanation of how everything else is going to be achieved. The Freedom Charter is the Bible of the South African Revolution. Any deviation from that is a sellout position. So, unlike Nelson Mandela, we're doing what Nelson Mandela didn't do. We are happy he ushered in. We normally don't use those phrases like Mandela sold out and we are being too harsh, man. He was too old, he was tired. So he had to give in on some of the things. So he left it to us. We have to take it up where Madiba left it. And that's why Madiba said the struggle is not over. Madiba knew that there is an element of economic freedom that must be ushered in to complete the revolution. Madiba knew that political freedom is incomplete without economic freedom. So I wouldn't sit here and say Nelson sold out. I will say Nelson took us to a particular extent and then left it there for us to take it over. And we are here now. We don't say to Oppenheimer, this will happen, this will not happen. No. We come to Oxford University and the Oxford Union and tell you what we tell Africans and what we tell everybody everywhere. The message is the same. We want the total implementation of the Freedom Charter. Those kids who demand free education, they are demanding the implementation of the Freedom Charter. Those who say, let's share in the wealth of the country, they are demanding the implementation of the Freedom Charter. I said to you when I started, we are just continuing with the legacy of great African leaders who came before us. We're not going to compromise like Madiba did. We had, perhaps, it was necessary to have a cooling off period. We cooled off for far too long, 21 years. Now is the time to stand up and continue with the road towards economic freedom. It is possible. It is going to happen. The most reactionary institutions in South Africa, like universities, are beginning to listen. Because those are the most arrogant institutions. They will tell you we're independent, we don't listen to those things. Academically, doesn't make sense. And then they shut down everyone. They're being made to listen. Government in South Africa is listening. We marched to the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. We marched to the Reserve Bank in South Africa. We marched to the Chamber of Mines. I sit with you today. All of them are sending responses to our memorandum. All of them are beginning to say, we agree, we need to talk. But in the past 21 years, those were the most arrogant institutions. You can march to them, you can write to them, they will never say anything. 3 times now, the CEO of the Johannesburg Stock Exchange has been calling me, asking for a meeting. All 400 companies registered with the Johannesburg Stock Exchange have received the memorandum of the EFF and are beginning to call individually to come and explain how they've structured their companies, how people are going to benefit. One of the things we demanded in our memorandum to these strategic sectors of the economy was that we want you to do away with BEE, the so-called Black Economic Empowerment, and empower the workers. We want worker share schemes. They're all jumping. No, it's not possible. What? We're saying to them, hey, you are happy to give an individual shares in the name of BEE. We're just changing. We say don't give individual. Give to more people who are called workers. You have been doing it. Instead of giving Ramaphosa 10% shares, 20% shares, don't give it to Cyril. Give it to the workers who are making this company to be what it is. Just redirect the resources. Companies are beginning to say, well, it looks like this can be a best solution. Why are you happy to put money in the pockets of individuals and not communities and workers? Patrice Motsepe, today he's called a multi-billionaire in South Africa he has not invented anything. Unlike that young man who came up with Facebook. He has not invented anything. He just went to sell the color of his skin. I'm black. You have me here, I'll protect your company. I've got political connections. That's what Cyril did. Cyril Ramaphosa goes to London Mine and says, I'm black, I've got political connections, I will protect your company, give me shares. They give him shares on the basis of the color of his skin. The company gets into trouble with workers. The chairman of London Mine calls him from here in London. Cyril, you must now activate your contact. You said you will protect our company. He's now under pressure. What do I do? Bring the soldiers, bring the soldiers. He must now kill people because he's got no skill to offer to the company except selling his color of the skin and his political connections. The black individuals who benefited from BEE are the politically connected and the most corrupt individuals who, amongst others, is Cyril Ramaphosa, who killed 34 mine workers. Now, we say to them, imagine these billions in the pocket of one individual. If those billions were shared amongst workers, you increase the buying power. And once you increase the buying power, then you have increased demand. There must be doubling of production. You can't double production with the same staff complement. You have to hire more. That will lead to job creation, will defeat unemployment. We need to put more money in the pockets of the workers. That is the most practical and effective way of redistributing the wealth in South Africa. More money in the pocket of the workers through their salaries, through their shares. That will do away as well with unnecessary industrial actions, which leads to serious losses in the companies. Why would workers go on strike if they know that last year each one of us got 60,000 through dividends, and we are told that if we double that, we are going to get 120,000? No one will sleep. They will all work for their money. And when a union leader who's obsessed with stealing workers' money through union subscription comes and mobilizes them for strike, they will tell him, hey, wait, that strike is going to affect the dividends. Because with those dividends, workers will do a lot of beautiful things. You must just see what they do with their 13th check, bonuses. Imagine they get bonuses and they still get dividends. You tell them to go on strike. You will be speaking a foreign language to them. They won't understand you. They will never agree to go into unnecessary industrial action. You have resolved production, you have resolved unnecessary industrial action, you have increased production. Let workers benefit from this wealth of South Africa. And there's no corruption there. We don't say BEE or individuals. No, we are not going to benefit anything as individuals. The money goes directly into the bank of a worker, not through any politically connected. You pay them dividends the same way you pay them salaries, same account number. You are guaranteed this money will not be reduced by a middleman in between called a trustee or anything of that sort. Workers themselves directly own the shares in the companies. And people are saying, look, this is the best way we can resolve a problem of inequality in South Africa. Richard, I will go to Henry Ford. Richard Branstad says
where we left off.
You don't have to worry about customers. Just take care of your workers. They will take care of customers. Once your workers are happy, there is no customer that can come here and say, I'm not receiving a proper service. And once your company provides a proper service, it will always have customers. Henry Ford in Germany, in America, no, when I was speaking to the Germans in South Africa, I was giving them an example of Henry Ford when he started Ford. I said to them, Henry Ford established Ford and said to its management,
just add the following.
We have to pay these workers very well.
Before pronouncing the sentence is that we should also keep in mind the magnitude of the offence that the accused has been convicted of. We've heard daily or weekly of children playing in their front yards in the street who are caught in crossfire, random shots fired, killing people. It's just the first time that we hear it's being called celebratory shots. And in essence, the accused, all as stated, are equal before law. But in your instance, it cannot be said that you are not accountable due to the position you find yourself in. You are accountable to members or citizens of this country, to your followers, to the youth. And that accountability stems from your position. And that is where I'm going to end this. You may please stand up. Not the court only. I'm sorry. Maybe I should be clear. Okay. Sorry for that. All right. After careful consideration, and I can show you I have done so, free of any interference, this judgment or sentence is the sentence of this court and this court alone. In respect of count 1, you are sentenced to a period of 5 years imprisonment. In respect of count 2, you are sentenced to a period of 2 years imprisonment. In respect of count 3, you are sentenced to 20,000 rand or to undergo 6 months imprisonment. In respect of count 4, you are sentenced to 20,000 rand or to undergo 6 months imprisonment. In respect of count 5, you are sentenced to pay a fine of 20,000 rand or to undergo 6 months imprisonment. In terms of Section 280, subsection 2 of Act 51 of 1977, the court orders that the sentence imposed in respect of counts 2, 3, 4, and 5 run concurrent with the sentence imposed in respect of count 1. You may be seated. Thank you. May we, Advocate Otis, sorry not to interrupt you, may we just deal with the Section 103 inquiry and then we can proceed to that part. I assume you are ready for that part as soon as we've dealt with the 103 inquiry. Certainly. Okay. Let me just find my notes here. Just as a brief explanation to unless it's not clear, the next step after sentence is that the court is obliged to deal with the provisions of Section 103, subsection 1 of Act 60 of 2000, meaning that the determination of unfitness, as I've explained in the beginning of the sentence, should not be made separately before sentencing, as information relevant to such fitness may emerge during the process of mitigation or circumstances. And the inquiry in terms of Section 103(1) Act 60 of 2000, since in terms of Section 1, the accused is deemed unfit to possess a firearm or license in future by virtue of having been convicted of a crime specified in Section 103 subsection 1 of Act 60 of 2000, and reasons may therefore be advanced or evidence presented to enable the court to consider the possibility of determining otherwise. So, Advocate Otis? No submissions. Thank you. Advocate Caesar, on behalf of the state. Due to the reasons provided by court during sentence and that we are dealing with unlawful possession, due to the virtue of the nature of the offences, the court therefore makes no otherwise order and you remain to be deemed unfit, and it is followed by the following further order by court, that Section 103, subsection 1, read with the provisions of Section 104 of Act 60 of 2000, the accused then remains to be deemed unfit, and the effect of the declaration of unfitness is as follows. All competency certificates, licenses, authorization, and permit issued in terms of this Act to any person who becomes or is declared unfit to possess a firearm in terms of Section 102 and 103 cease to be valid from the date of the conviction or the declaration, as the case may be. B, despite the noting of an appeal against the decision of a court or the registrar, the status of unfitness contemplated in paragraph A remains in effect pending the finalization of the appeal. Further, a person who becomes or is declared unfit to possess a firearm in terms of Section 102 or 102.3 of Act 60 of 2000 must within 24 hours surrender to the nearest police station all competency certificates, licenses, authorizations and permits issued to him or her in terms of this Act, all firearms in his or her possession and all ammunition in his or her possession. Therefore, it should be noted that subject to the provisions of subsection 9, subsection 3, subsection B, and after a period of 5 years calculated from the date of the decision leading to the status of unfitness to possess a firearm, the person who became or becomes or deemed and declared unfit to possess a firearm may apply for a new competency certificate, license, authorization or permit in accordance with the provisions of this Act, being Act 60 of 2000, the Firearms Control Act. Okay. All right. So what we are left with is the application. Are you ready to proceed now? Let me just get that part of it ready. I'll be with you now.
The report is an application for leave to appeal against conviction and sentence, and an application for bail pending the outcome of the proposed appeal.
Yes.
The leave is not granted in the bail pending the outcome of the petition.
Just a minute, Advocate Otis. I just want to quickly grab the notepad. I haven't drafted that, so I'll have to listen to you carefully here. Just a minute. Thank you. I'm ready.
An application for leave to appeal. The High Court of South Africa East Cape Division held at Grahamstown against the whole of the judgment convicting the accused of firstly unlawful possession of a firearm in contravention of Section 3 of the Firearms Control Act 60 of 2000, to wit a .223 Narinka rifle and or a firearm the make of which is unknown to the state without holding a license, permit or authorization. The second count, Your Worship, that we seek leave to appeal against is unlawful possession of ammunition in contravention of Section 90 of the Firearm Control Act 60 of 2000, to wit a .223 Remington bullet without holding a license, permit, dealer's license, manufacturer's license, gunsmith's license, import or export or transit license, or other authorization to do so. The third count, Your Worship, is unlawful discharge of a firearm in a built-up area or any other place in contravention of Section 120 sub 7 of the Firearms Control Act 60 of 2000, to wit the CSIC Lukashi Stadium in Nansani. The fourth count, Your Worship, is unlawful failure to take reasonable precautions to avoid danger to personal property in contravention of Section 120 sub 3 sub C of the Firearms Control Act 60 of 2000, in that the accused of control of a loaded firearm, to wit a .223 Narinka rifle and or a firearm the make of which is unknown to the state, in circumstances where it created a risk to the safety or property of the general public, attending the fifth economic freedom fighter celebration, and finally the fifth count, Your Worship, is reckless endangerment to a person or property of the Firearms Control Act 60 of 2000, in that the accused unlawfully discharged or otherwise handed the firearm to wit a .223 Narinka rifle and or a firearm the make of which is unknown to the state, in a manner likely to injure or endanger the safety or property of the general public attending the Economic Freedom Fighter celebration, residents of Mdansani and the employees of Deer House, with reckless disregard for the safety or property of the general public attending the 5th Economic Freedom Fighter celebration, the residents of Mdansani and Deer House employees. The rest of this application for leave to appeal is based upon the following grounds of fact and law. Firstly, this is in relation to the conviction, Your Worship. In assessing the evidence, having acknowledged that the court was obliged to evaluate circumstantial evidence in this matter, the court had regarded to the often quoted dictum in Rex v. Blom and held that there are two cardinal rules of logic which cannot be ignored. And there's a quote from Your Worship. There are firstly that the inferences sought to be drawn must be consistent with all the proved facts, and secondly, the proved facts should be such, as Your Worship said, I quote, that they exclude every reasonable inference from them save the one sought to be drawn. Yet, we say, Your Worship, that Your Worship, the magistrate committed a material misdirection not having any alternatively sufficient regard to all of the facts that militated against the guilt of the appellant, of the accused at this stage, Your Worship. We say that this occurred despite, Your Worship, the magistrate having held, and there's a quote here, Your Worship, the court must not take each circumstance separately and give the accused the benefit of any reasonable doubt as the inference to be drawn to each one so taken. It must carefully weigh the cumulative effect of all of them together, and it is only after it that it has been done so that the accused is entitled to the benefit of any reasonable doubt which it may have as to whether the inference of guilt is the only inference which can be reasonably drawn. To put this matter in another way, the state must then, as stated, satisfy the court that each separate fact is, let me rephrase as stated, The state must satisfy the court not that each separate fact is inconsistent with the innocence of the accused, but the evidence as a whole is beyond reasonable doubt inconsistent with such evidence. Yet we submit that your worship committed a material misdirection, not having any alternatively sufficient regard to all of the facts that militated against the guilt of the accused. In this regard, we say further that your worship further erred in holding that, and there's quite a number of circumstances, each individually very slight, they so tally with and confront each other as to leave no room for doubt of the fact which they tend to establish, though each taken by itself, whereby, but as light as a feather, however, join them together, you'll find them pressing on an individual with the weight of a millstone. And we say that you further erred in this regard, Your Worship, when you held. It is further described that in cases surrounding circumstantial evidence, and circumstantial evidence alone, evidence varies infinitely in its strength in proportion to the character, to the variety, to the independence one of another, and one might describe it as a network of facts cast around an accused person. That network may be that strong as it is in part, and it may also leave gaps, and may then allow the accused person safe passage. It may be so close, so stringent, so coherent in its texture that no efforts on the part of the accused can break through. It may also come to nothing, and or on the other hand, it may be absolutely convincing. The law does not command that you should act upon certainties alone. We often ought to act upon just and reasonable convictions founded upon just and reasonable grounds. The law asks for no more and the law demands no less. I further refer to State v. Kwanda, 2013, 1 SSCR 137, Supreme Court of Appeal, where J. stated that such an inference is only justified where the state has established facts from it can properly be inferred by court. We say the court mentioned that only paid me a lip service to the issues raised in argument on the merits on behalf of the accused, did not have sufficient or due regard thereto. In this regard, the court mentioned the 23 statements by the investigating officer, Colonel Swakboy, the lack of DNA or fingerprints linking the accused to the firearm, no eyewitness complaints, and various other factors relating to a 9mm Glock firearm and ammunition. However, the court did not take these factors into account in its application of the two cardinal rules relating to the admission of circumstantial evidence. We go further, we should say, additionally, the court's assessment of the circumstantial evidence and acceptance thereof did not have regard to the absence of any damage to any structure and the inability to link the suspected firearm and spent cartridge to the accused. Other significant facts in this regard were that no person reacted in fear, and the 5 VIP SAPS members had not witnessed any shooting.
I'm sorry if you can just mark there where you are busy with. She's informing me that there's a sound coming that she needs to check from our court recording machine, and I just please don't want anything to go wrong with our recording of the stage of the proceeding. So she's asking that we just adjourn for her to check and that all cables etc. are in place. I'll just leave, please. I'm not going to pack up everything, just leave it here, and then I'll be, when you're ready, they'll indicate to the police and I'll enter. Thank you. Court will adjourn.
In contravention of section 120 sub 3 sub B
Subsection 1, read with the provisions of Section 104 of Act 60 of 2000. The accused then remains to be deemed unfit, and the effect of the declaration of unfitness is as follows. All competency certificates, licenses, authorization, and permit issued in terms of this Act to any person who becomes or is declared unfit to possess a firearm in terms of Section 102 and 103 cease to be valid from the date of the conviction or the declaration, as the case may be. B, despite the noting of an appeal against the decision of a court or the registrar, the status of unfitness contemplated in paragraph A remains in effect pending the finalization of the appeal. Further, a person who becomes or is declared unfit to possess a firearm in terms of Section 102 or 102.3 of Act 60 of 2000 must within 24 hours surrender to the nearest police station all competency certificates, licenses, authorizations and permits issued to him or her in terms of this Act, all firearms in his or her possession and all ammunition in his or her possession. Therefore, it should be noted that subject to the provisions of subsection 9, subsection 3, subsection B, and after a period of 5 years calculated from the date of the decision leading to the status of unfitness to possess a firearm, the person who became or becomes or deemed and declared unfit to possess a firearm may apply for a new competency certificate, license, authorization or permit in accordance with the provisions of this Act, being Act 60 of 2000, the Firearms Control Act. Okay. All right. So what we are left with is the application. Are you ready to proceed now? Okay. Let me just get that part of it ready. I'll be with you now. Yes. Just a minute, Advocate Otis. I just want to quickly grab the notepad. I haven't drafted that, so I'll have to listen to you carefully here. Just a minute. Okay. Thank you. I'm ready.
South Africa have division of the crimes done against all of the